Actually,
Slow. Yeah, I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind.
It's the Travel OG, and welcome to the Black Manosphere Conclave 5.0!
We got started in 2021 in Atlanta, united in the pursuit of excellence in all things. It's been one hell of a ride.
Can I tell you what's on my mind? 'Cause I've been thinking about it for quite some time. Hey, can you give me a moment to declare my love? Can I tell you what's on my mind?
We're now focusing more on opportunities for men, in particular passport bros. Guys who go abroad, they want to have a different lifestyle, they want to have a different achievement abroad. Oh yeah, there's without a doubt the narrative has changed for us greatly.
I just finished speaking and having a chance to tell individuals about how to live the American dream outside of America. And I was here to help so many men when it comes to understanding what they need to do in order to relocate.
With the political climate, things that are happening worldwide, guess what? Nobody's coming to save us. So it is indicative that we all bound together, tighten up like a fist, and strike a mighty blow against everything that's fighting to stop us, man.
It's nothing but good, positive people, good, positive energy with one goal in mind, and that is to make money, get the hell out the Matrix, and enjoy your life. You dig? So shout out to all of y'all. Theme music.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This is your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
well, actually,
They are here with Andre and Andres. They are here with Andre and Andres Love Crossing Borders. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day, wonderful evening. I can't say that for everybody. Everybody's not having a wonderful day or wonderful evening. Especially when it comes to many, but not all of our older sisters. Seems to be a trend that's going on for the last few decades, actually. When I was a kid, we noticed that there was something in the air when it came to how the mature older women treating the younger women. It wasn't direct anger or direct disdain, but you knew from the slide comments and the disrespectful remarks that older lady in that church or on that job didn't care for younger women. Yes, they'd give them a lot of advice and tell them to stay away from that and get involved in this, but at the end of the day, because the women were younger, the older women really didn't care for them and gave them bad advice in many cases. So it is today. A lot of younger women are finally waking up before they get older that they do not have to make the mistakes that the women of prior generations made. So shout out to the younger women, not the Keishas that are out there, but the younger women of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and know how to carry themselves without being distracted or humiliated by many of the older women that we're going to see today. So the question remains, why is it that older women give such bad advice to younger women? Shout out to all you guys that are here. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a great show tonight. Thank you guys for your patience. Thank you guys for your patience. Salute to everyone. Glad you guys that are here. We're not gonna take too long. Shout out to Mr. Murray in the building. Glad you're here. Appreciate you, brethren. Appreciate you being here. There we go. He said 100%, no doubt about it. No doubts in his mind regarding this. Shout out to all you guys out there. I hope you guys put a 1 in the comment section. Just encourage your boy. Do you like the camera adjustment that I made last night? After the live stream last night, I did a lot of homework, a lot of studying on how to adjust the camera's lighting. We used to have it perfect when we were at the other spot where we're located for 5 years. But since we got here over the last year, it just didn't look as good. And so I figured I'd stay up, and I was up until 6 o'clock in the morning getting this camera lighting correctly. So if you guys appreciate, thank you for the ones that are in the comments. I'm gonna come back up to the shop with super chats. But it looks a lot more better. I don't even need as much light. I can even turn one of these lights out. And it still looks good. Let's see how that looks. Still looks good. The aperture blur in the background looks great. I thought about you, Ronin. I thought about you. What would Ronin Travelers do? He said the camera looks great. The quality is top. It does, man. I kid you not. I sat here for about 20 minutes just looking at myself in this camera. It almost looks NFL official, doesn't it? It looks 4K. It is crazy how clear and crisp that it is, and it's the exact same camera. It's the exact same camera. That's the crazy part. Let me pull something up for us. I want to pull something up for us, let you guys see and even laugh at your boy in regards to the difference. Even laugh at your boy. So yeah, I was up until about almost like 6 o'clock in the morning getting this ready, getting this adjusted. But it was well worth it. Give me a second, get all this set up. Let me close that down. Go here. What I'm doing is I'm opening up the old account, or pulling up one of our videos to let you guys actually see the difference. Looks like I froze for a second. Even the freezing looks better, man. Even when I freeze, it doesn't look as bad. It looks great. Oh yeah, they can see you. They can see you from there. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Much better.
Much better.
Much better. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Give me a second to get all this in order, gentlemen. Get all this in order. Wi-Fi is acting up off and on, but you know what? We're having a great day, and tonight's topic, as I mentioned, is all about why is it that older women have this gripe against younger women? I don't know what's going on, but at the end of the day, it should not be. It should not be. Let me go to one of the lives that we've done. Music off. And let's go here. Now, there we go. This is last night's show. This is just last night's live stream. Let's take a look at it. Look at the difference in video quality. Shout out to your boy Dre. Like I said, just give me a minute to give myself a pat on the back. Look at that quality. Completely different. Completely different. Yes, sir. Adjustments needed to be made, and they were made here on Love Crossing Borders. I appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate you guys for your patience. Ronan said, he said, brought a case of full equipment and lighting with me. Love Crossing Borders, trust me, I understand. Yeah, everything that I was buying new lights, and I got lights over here, and we were in our other apartment. There was no problem with the lighting. I was like, something is wrong. And so it took me at least 6 months to try to figure out what's going on with the lighting. That's why it looks like that kind of grayish look, right? And I say, wait a minute, let me do some homework. So I took about an hour and a half, started doing some homework on our camera, and come to find out the lighting adjustments, the lighting and the aperture blur needed to be adjusted. You say, save the Detective Dre hat for I am. That's a good idea. That's a good idea, Drew. That's a good idea. Yes, sir. Oh boy, yeah, complexion changed. Everything's completely different. Man, I look like I was deceased in that other video, man. Goodness gracious, I did not realize. Side notes, thanks for the video, Dre. Yes, sir, Dave. Yes, sir. I'm glad you got it. Anytime, guys, by the way, let me turn the music down just a little bit, just to let you guys know. And this is what David was reminding me of. Anytime that you guys see a video montage that we do on this channel, and you guys want a copy of that for your Instagram, your YouTube, whatever it is, you know, the montage when I put all those video clips together and we talk about it and we do reactions to, if you want that for your YouTube channel, I might not even use them again. And if I do use them again, it'll be another year or 6 months from now. So if you want any video clip, I don't care, the one that we're going to be doing, talking about the guys getting deported from Colombia, or the ones that we're going to be talking about tonight in regards to the ladies, older ladies giving bad advice to younger ladies. Either way, any videos that you guys see us do, that video montage, not the part that I'm talking, but the part where I just put the clips together. If you want that, those clips are usually like 40 minutes of our show. If you want that 40-minute clip, just shoot me an email anytime. And I mean, from now on, guys, this is not a one-time only. Just shoot me an email and I will email it off to you. I'm probably the only content creator that sits back and say, hey guys, you can, if I use it, you can use it. That means that you don't have to do any editing. You don't have to do any clip work. You just get 40 minutes of just montage of the topic that we talked about that particular day. So shout out to all you guys. Like I say, if you're interested, always just shoot me an email. Any show, any topic. It doesn't matter if it's a year from now or 3 years from now. Make sure that you guys reach out to me and I'll get that over to you. And that's why Dave always has a copy, because he lets me know, hey, Dre, can you send me that particular one that you did? And I always send it over to him. Yes, sir. Let's go back and remove that banner from here. And let's give shout outs. Let's give some shout outs. Man, that looks so much better. Shout out to you, Dre. Shout out to you. Okay. Let's give a shout out to my brother right here, Will. Chill with Will, numero uno in the building, always supporting us by way of PayPal and always supporting us with a super chat. He say, blessings, Andre and Andre chat fam. Please smash that like button. Please do that, guys, as you're coming in. Smash that like button. We've got 22 people in the building. Smash the like button. We like you. We really do. Make sure that you like us, too, by smashing the like button. Support the channel by way of Cash App. Yes, sir. Support by way of Cash App. If you don't have Cash App, so what? Support by way of PayPal and Super Chats. We appreciate that. And once again, he said, or Cash App. Yes, sir. He said Cash App, PayPal, or Cash App. We appreciate that, gentlemen. Round 2. Ding, ding. Let us get ready. Bruh, the lightning is on point. Yes, the lighting is on point. I said lightning, but the lighting is on point. Thank you very much, Will. I feel like I'm doing the show for the first time in this place. I feel like this is the first time in our new place. We've been here officially a year this month. And I feel like this is the first year that we've been, the first day that we've been here, because the lighting looks so well and the aperture blur in the background. Man, I kid you not, man. I feel like, man, I knew this camera could do quality. And we've had this camera for going on 4 or 5 years. It's the first Canon, it's the Canon R10, just in case you guys are wondering which DSLR camera are we using. And it is the Canon S10, and the Canon R10, the Canon R10 camera. It was the first camera that Canon came out with, because Sony already had one, that stays on more than 30 minutes. The average camera, a DSLR, camera that you put, the big boys, they only stay on for 30 minutes and then they cut off. So what YouTubers used to have to do, they used to have a remote to keep the camera on. That's what YouTubers used to have to do. So Sony came out with one that stays on no matter what. Well, this one was the first one that came out that Canon had, and I'm a Canon man. All my cameras are Canon. Shout out to Sony as well. So we got this one, and it was when it first came out, it was like $1,200, $1,300. But you could tell the quality. And then it also stayed and it played, and I could see myself on the screen right here, as well as right here, looking at the monitor. So what ended up happening is we found it on sale, brand new, that year for $800. So I had to scoop it up, and it has been probably for our channel, it has taken our channel to another stratosphere as far as the quality of content. So when we, for the last year, have been giving you guys the kind of like grayish videos, I'm buying new lights and I'm doing all type of things to adjust it, and I'm like, something is wrong. So what I did, I stayed up last night, man, all night long till 6 o'clock in the morning, until I got this, what we're looking at right now. Man, that looks so much better. That is crazy, right? Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate that. He said, Dre, you got to break the new camera in with 10-hour live. No, this is the same camera. This is the crazy part. We've had this camera for 4 years. This is the camera that you guys were looking at for the last year. This is the same camera that you guys were looking at for the last year, in which I was broadcasting. You see what I'm saying? The difference? I hadn't adjusted the aperture blur. I hadn't adjusted the ISO, which is the lighting. I hadn't I'm sitting up here the whole time when we're looking crazy. I'm thinking to myself, like, what am I doing wrong with this camera? The lighting is off the whole year. Like I said, I'm buying new lights. I said, maybe we need more lights. So I'm thinking about we needing more lights. No, all I needed to do was go into this camera that we had the last 4 years, make all the adjustments inside of it, and this is what we have. We've been looking like this for a year, and now we're looking like how we're supposed to look. We're looking like we're NFL ready. We're looking like we're television ready. Yes, sir. So yes, that's the difference between the two. That's the difference. Now y'all can see the real color of my hats and clothing apparel. Now you guys can really tell if I shaved my head that day or not. Shout out to you guys, man. I just wanted to celebrate that moment with you guys, man. I won't lie. I stayed up all night getting this up to par. So I appreciate that I was able to do it. And I appreciate that you guys are enjoying the lights. So let's get ready with the shout outs, because we got quite a few things we want to talk about today. Numero uno in the house is Mr. Rayers in the building. Shout out to you. Mr. Eyes in the building. Shout out to you, Mr. Eyes, being here. Salute to you. And he says, yes, 100%. These older women are giving these younger women bad advice. Yes, they are. Kenny Peoples in the building. Shout out to you, Kenny. Glad to see that you're here, brother, as well. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being here. Let me close these extra windows out. Kenny says this. He says, yeah, part 2. Yes, sir. We're about to do the part 2. He said, I ain't got no dang popcorn. Somebody got to front me some popcorn. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys. And shout out to my brother Slick with the first super sticker of the night. Appreciate you, brother. My dude. Mr. Slick Witted himself. Slick said that he said, great stream last night, Dre. We had fun last night. We really had fun. That was a great stream last night. Almost 6 hours, but we had fun, man. We shared information with each other. That's what it was all about. Shout out to my brother Leo. He said, contributing to the lighting bill. Yes, sir. Nice job, Dre. I am so excited that we finally got the camera working right. I kid you not, man. I feel like a little kid, dude. I am having a great evening. I could not wait to go on this live stream and share this moment with you guys and see how it looks on camera. Goodness gracious, it looks so much different. Okay, we're good now. Even the Love Crossing Borders, look at that blurry background, that creamy blurry background. I am loving it. I am loving it. It's kind of freezing for a little bit, but we're back on track. All right. Looks like I froze for a split second. That's just a Wi-Fi issue. Okay. Let's get back to you, gentlemen. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. And also, my boy Player Mix in the building. Cologne of the night. After I go to Player Mix, we'll do the Cologne of the night. Okay, Player Mix says this. He say, these older women be upset. That is a fact. Be upset about the younger women dating older men is hilarious. He said, UOGs continue to get your BBLs looking like human drumsticks. That's a fact. Looking like human drumsticks, and leave us men and our young women alone. That is so true, man. The hate is real. Bruh, I used to see that in church when I was a kid. Dude, I'm 6, 7 years old, and I recognize the hate that the older ladies in church had for the younger ladies. The younger ladies would, they had just gave their life to the Lord, right? And so they would come to church, and they would only have just, the type of apparel they had when they were dancing or when they was in the street. So a lot of younger ladies that would come to church, they didn't have new outfits yet. So they had maybe some tight jeans or a tight dress, a mini skirt, whatever it was, but they loved the Lord. See, I'm serious. The hate that those younger women got until they got, they got a little bit of money together and they started buying little church dresses and church outfits and a few blouses because they don't know how to dress for the church yet. And you got by themselves a $400, $500 church hat. But a lot of women didn't have church clothes in their wardrobe when they gave their lives to the Lord. And when I was a kid, I would see the spite and the hatred for those young women's curves by the older women in the church. That's when I first discovered that older women have a dislike for younger women. And we're giving the younger women in the church Bad advice. Bad advice. I remember those days, man. I kid you not. Slick Wizard said that. He said, you were right, Dre. He said, the ex also told me that she was deleting my number and wish me well. She called back the next day. Classic bluffing. I'm gonna say something else to you, Slick Witted, also about that scenario. She is coming back because she thinks that you have feelings for her in order to be able to get smashed. She thinks that it's not just a sexual thing with you. She thinks that she has an opportunity with you. And number two, I want you to remember this, and let's all us men remember this. The things that a woman is willing to open her mouth to say about another man are the same things that a woman is willing to open her mouth to say about you. If you and her new man were ever able to sit down and have a cup of coffee, I bet you she told him some horror stories about you. Made you look bad. Well, what happened to your ex? Well, he was this, he was that, he did this, he didn't do that. I bet you she sold him a crock of crap in order to get him, and a part of that crap was putting you down. And so she figured if it worked on one man, why can't it work on my ex? So now she's selling you a bag of crap that you can't verify because you don't know, but she's selling it to you because it worked when she sold it to the last man when she was putting you down. A lot of us men forget that. Women will talk greasy about another man to us and talk greasy about us to another man. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. She called back. I'm deleting your number. Then she want to call back. Crazy. Crazy. Let me scroll back up, give some more shout outs to you, brothers. Shout out to my brother Bronx in the building. Glad to see that you're here. Good evening, my brother. Good evening to you too. And let's scroll down to my brother Ronan. Once again, Ronan says salute. Salute to you as well. Glad that you're here, brother. He said, good morning, Drake, from the Philippines. And this is another hot one. Yes, older women are envious of younger women. And they wasted their youth. I think one of the reasons why men aren't jealous of younger dudes, because men, we come into our true fruition as older men. That's one of the number one reasons why men don't get jealous of younger dudes. We support you young brothers. I'm gonna tell you that now. All you young brothers that are traveling, you Austin Hollemans, and all you positive young brothers, we're not talking about the negative ones, but the positive young brothers, don't you ever think us older dudes are jealous of you guys. You're out there, you're having fun, you're getting beautiful women all over the world. We are happy for you. You know why? You haven't even come into the fruit of what you're about to be as a man. That's why we celebrate men. Because we know if you are having a great life under 30, you're about to have an amazing life over 30. And so we don't get jealous of y'all to where it's backwards for women. Women have their glory years under 30, and then they're on the decline in the marketplace. Like Kevin Samuel say, some of them on a clearance rack, other ones need to be donated to the Goodwill. Because these ladies know that as they age, they're on the decline. But as for men, we celebrate each other because the older we get, the more value we are. And like I mentioned on last night's show, remember I said, the older you get, one of the things that you can celebrate as a man over 30, over 40, you get to smash the daughter who wants you, the 25-year-old daughter wants you, the 30-year-old mama wants you, the 40-year-old grandmama wants you. The aunties want you. Her female cousins want you. Her co-workers want you. The ladies in her church want you. The people that volunteer with the youth, the ladies that volunteer in the youth community programs, they want you. Man, bruh, if y'all think y'all living the life under 30, 35 when it comes to the ladies, bruh, wait till you hit 30, 35 and the amount of women that you have access to is crazy. Crazy. Now you smashing 41, 42-year-old grandmamas, 38-year-old mamas. The daughter's 27 years old. You sleeping with all the daughter friends. You sleeping with all the mamas and mamas friends. You sleep with all the aunties on both sides of the family. All her co-workers, you smashing through all of them. The access that you have as an older man, that's why I tell younger dudes, don't stress out, focus on your money, focus on your game plan, focus on God's plan for your life. Because I'm telling you, when you get older, the ladies gonna be there. The ladies are going to be there. Will says this. Will says, he said, I don't talk about my exes for no reason. He said, I only talk about my kids' mother in an emergency. He said, my kids are grown, and once I'm done, I am done. You won't know how scandalous are women until you are the side. Bruh, if you don't preach as an ex-boy toy / side dude, bruh, women scurvy, bruh. They will have y'all thinking they're going to the grocery store, knowing that I already had their groceries sent from Walmart to my house. She give me the money for your groceries. And what happens? She takes the groceries home with the receipt as if she went to the grocery store. That woman was at my house for those 30, 40 minutes to an hour. And all she got to say is the traffic was long, or the line in the grocery store was long. And you can't validate any of that. Yeah, they are scurvy. They are crafty and scurvy, boy, when they are on cheat mode. That is so true, bro. That is so true. Let me scroll down, give you guys some shout outs. I don't want to take too long because we got a few things we're going to talk about tonight. Let me scroll down. We got Ronan last. We got LJ, the Southern Vegan. Shout out to you, LJ. Salute to you as well, brother. Glad to see that you're here. Let me scroll down. We got Mr. Blue Collar. Shout out to my blue collar brothers. Shout out to my blue collar brothers, man. I spent more years as blue collar than I have as white collar. Shout out to my blue collar brothers from the Chi. Show some Chi Town some love.
And you say Chi City, Chi City, Chi City. I'm coming home again.
Yes, sir. Shout out to the Chi. Also, let's scroll down. And I love the Chi. I ain't gonna lie to you. I love the Chi. Bruce says this. He said, I got to make it to the conclave. Yes, sir. Shout out to all you guys that will be making it this September, first week of September, to the Black Manosphere Conclave in Las Vegas. So shout out to you guys. Make sure that you get your tickets. I'm going to drop the link for that today, so you guys will be able to get your tickets before the prices go up. Nice to see Richie, Kingmaker, yes, sir, and Dennis Burley. Yes, shout out all three of them brothers, man. Classy dudes. Yes, sir. Ronan also says hit the like button, especially since we got our brother Jamon in the building. Good up to you. What up, though, brother? Glad that you're here. And Ahmad Milner. Mr. Milner is in the building. Glad to see that you're here as well, kind sir. Glad to see that you're here as well. We got my man JC. Countdown, Jay. Count down. Can't wait to meet you and hang out, brother. Yes, sir. He said, what up, though, Dre? What up, though, brother? He says this. He said, the topic has many layers depending on individual's mentality. This is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I don't think all older women are like that, are haters, but I know quite a few that have been over the years. Once again, David says this. Shout out to David Dice of the Dice family. He says this. He said, the camera looks great. The quality is top tier. Looks brighter. Yes, man, it looks so much better. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. I was like, Dre, what are you doing? But we got it on track. Yep, he says very clear, bright, and clear part 2 for version part 2. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's get our popcorn ready. Yeah, we bringing out the big bowl of popcorn. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down a little further and make sure I get a shout out once again to my brother Andrew. Yes, sir. Next time I will keep the hat for that, for the Obi Lane reaction, because I know Obi Lane got some new videos coming out that we're going to be doing the reaction to as well. Bobby Space Ghost in the building. He's out there in Uruguay checking in from Positos, Uruguay. Yes, man. Shout out to you, brother. Man, Uruguay is getting some love, man, over the last couple of years. Uruguay is, man, bruh. There's a lot of dudes that's been hitting up Uruguay lately, man. Especially if you're already down there in Brazil or in the Argentina area or Peru. A lot of dudes have been hitting up Uruguay, man. Shout out to you, Bobby. YouTube as a habit is in the building. What's up? Shout out to you, brother. Glad that you're here. Glad to see you here. We got the crew here now, as well as my man, Black Chairman. He said, many blessings to the fellas and the chat and Andre. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He said, you got to break in the camera with a 10. Now, you know I could do a 10-hour. We did 6 hours just playing around yesterday. So I could definitely do a 10-hour one day. Yes, sir. Thanks, Leo, once again. And my brother T-Mac, fellow Colombian brother. Yes, sir. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to see that you're here. Salute to everybody that's in the building. Let's scroll down a little further. We got my boy Charles B representing. Yes, sir. Shout out to Charles. Shout out to Charles. Let me turn that down just a tad bit. Don't want to be in everybody's ear. El Ham representing. He say, you 3 shades lighter. I know, right? I'm looking like what's a Serena Williams now. I'd have got my Serena Williams on. Yes, sir. Shout out to Chris Jeezy being in the building. What's up, brother? Glad that you're here. Andrew says this. He said, I couldn't imagine as an older guy giving younger men advice. Knowingly giving younger men advice. Honestly, I would tell them to save their money, get your passport. These women in the States are crazy. They're not worth it. Absolutely correct. Shout out to my man Andrew Craig Jr. looking so fly with the suit on. Yes, sir. Let me scroll back down, make sure I got everybody. I'm almost done. Got my man E-Man here in the building. Now we can do the show because we got my boy Corporal ST over there on Andrea's channel. Shout out to all you guys that are watching from Andrea Wallace TV. Appreciate you guys. He said, okay, it's time for Andrea and Andrea Love Crossing Borders. Yes, it is, kind sir. Yes, it is. OJ Anderson, the great, that is, the great. Shout out to you, brother. Salute to you as well, brother. Glad to see you're here, bro. He said, hope all is well. Salute to Andre. Andre, Love Crossing Borders. Going to be a great live. Yes, it is, gentlemen. Yes, it is. Let's scroll down a little further. Let's yeah, it's a cold game. How they be treating the young girls? Cold game, man. It's crazy. Let's scroll down. We got my man Bean in the building. Shout out to you, Bean. I was thinking about you today. Hope everything's going great with you. Hope you're just having a wonderful, wonderful day this evening, brother. You know, sometimes people come to your mind. Yep. Shout out to my uncle. What in tarnations?
Oh, you better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with them Detroit boys. You know how we get in public, man. You know how we get in public. Shout out to my Uncle Jeffrey, Mr. Ghostface Jeff himself. Jeff's hit me with the Beastie Boys. She's crafty and she's got a gripe. She's crafty and she's just my type. Shout out to the Beastie Boys. Yes, sir. T-Mac says this. He said, if only we can keep the ninjas out of Uruguay. I think we can. I think we can. They will go and mess it up as well. They will go and mess up Uruguay. Anywhere Pookies and Ray Rays go, you can send them to Antarctica. They go mess up the Antarctica or the Arctic. You can pick the Arctic up north or Antarctica in the south. They will still mess it up. Pookies and Ray Ray do not know how to not mess up something. So you are 100% correct about that one. But I'm glad to see a lot more brothers going down there. Yes, sir. Shout out to my man YLE, said it. He said this. He said, how is Montevideo, Uruguay? 4 brothers. How is it down there? Let us know. He said, thank you and appreciate that I'm here for a good show. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, definitely let us know how it is, how things are going down there, man. I'm hearing some good things about it. He said a lot brighter and some more lighting. Absolutely correct. Actually, all I had to do was do the camera adjustments inside the camera. That's the crazy part. I didn't have to do it. Dude, the sad part was it took me maybe a half an hour of doing the homework on how to adjust the lights correctly. Then it took me another 2 hours of getting everything just right without messing it all up. So now I finally got it to the point with the lighting. Oh, you said it's expensive in Uruguay, and that helps. Okay, let's guys know. Don't come down to Uruguay acting a fool. He said I like the DA and prosecute DA Andre, DA Dre, and prosecutor. Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys. I appreciate that. Goodness gracious, man. I kid you not. Like I said, I feel like I'm doing the first episode in this studio because we finally got the lights right. Go figure. All right. Let's get ready to get started, gentlemen. Let's change our music over. Okay. This is what's going on. First thing that we're going to talk about before we talk about our older women giving younger women bad advice. All of us, for the most part, have seen it, or we've got family members that have talked about that they've experienced it. But before we do that, we're going to talk about with more guys being deported out of Colombia. We're going to hear from your boy Chio Chapo now that he's back in the States. Before we do that, cologne of the night is Cartier's. And it is Santos. It is a very, very leathery cologne. By Cartier, very leathery. It's great. I don't know why I put it on with a suit. It's not really a suit cologne, but I hadn't worn it in a while. And Santos, 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 and it is, dude. This is probably one of the most leathery colognes. So if you got a leather jacket, if it's the fall or winter time, if you're a guy that's just walking around with t-shirt and jeans on, this is a great t-shirt and jeans cologne. It's not made for the gym. It's not made for sexing the ladies. It is just it's extremely masculine cologne, and therefore it's just made for hanging out with your boys, having some beers, having some cigars, having some drinks, watching a football game. It's one of those type of colognes. That's how leathery it is. It's just pure 100% masculinity in a bottle. Once again, it's Cartier Santos, Santos. And that's the cologne that I'm wearing tonight. Like I said, normally I don't wear it, but I hadn't worn it. I mean, normally I don't wear it with a suit, but tonight I made an exception. So shout out to all you guys, you cologne fans. And our F2 for the colognes is coming up real soon. All right. So let's get ready to get started. The Russian dude, over the last couple of days, Russian dude was throwing wild parties in in El Poblado for 2 months. So what happens? They shipped him out. So these are the type of parties that he was throwing. And they shipped the Russian dude right on up out of here. This is footage from his apartment parties. This is the Russian dude. Let's bring it back. That's him. That's his apartment that he rented. Coming down here, just partying his life away, having a good time. What happened? Colombia said, enough is enough. When they went to his apartment, scooped him up, shipped him out. Don't hide your face now.
The inhabitants of the sector expressed repeated complaints about behaviors such as holding parties and noises that exceeded the capacities of the residential property.
Okay, so he's throwing parties, like she just said, that exceed the residential amount that you're supposed to be able to have for a party. I'm just sugarcoating. I'm not sugarcoating it, but just breaking it down. He's throwing parties. It's not supposed to be that many people over there. A lot of times people that come to Colombia, especially if you're going to be in some of the zone 5, zone 6 areas, they have noise ordinances. I want to say this again. For a lot of guys that come to Colombia, there are noise ordinances. In our building alone, a woman is not allowed to wear a pair of heels after 8 o'clock. A woman cannot get caught walking click-clack through that hall after 8 o'clock. On the weekends, have all the fun you want. So 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, let the music play. But during the week, you cannot be throwing back-to-back parties, having all type of illicit scenarios unfold. You got women walking out of the apartment building half naked, wrapped in towels, and you think it's cool. I'm gonna tell y'all something. You know what Colombia has discovered over the last few years? Everything that's white ain't right. Colombia ain't got no problem kicking out the white T-boys just as fast as they'll kick out the brothers. You know why? Because Colombia already realized this is our country. Your privilege works in your country. You are in our country. You are nothing but a target or a person that we can kick out. You are lick, you a simp, you a victim. Don't think that your white T-ness can cause you to be able to get away with stuff in our country that would have let you get away with, that you would have been able to get away with in your country. I think that's one of the things I love about Colombia. They do not care about white T dudes at all. They will let a white T dude get drugged, robbed, scammed. They don't care. They will lock a white T dude up. If he tries to leave the country, they will chase white. How many times have we seen white dudes try to jump on the plane, head back to the States, Colombia make one phone call, and that white boy is back on that plane heading back to Colombia to do time. Since I've been here, I've seen it at least 3 times. Colombia does not play. They will ship the one dude that had the 12-year-old girls in his apartment, jumped on the plane, flew back to Ohio. Colombia just got one phone call. That white boy was back in Colombia within 24 hours, within 48 hours. The white dude that sat back and deleted that DJ in Bogota a couple years ago flew out of the country, thought he had a smooth getaway. Colombia was calm as can be, made a couple calls, found out where that white boy was. That white boy doing 45 years right now, 47 years in Colombian prison right now. Colombia does not care if you're a white dude. You see how Colombia just shipped out the white dude along with Chill Chapo, the MAGA with the red hat white dude, shipped him out and called the police, the local police in Rachel, New York, and had them waiting on that white boy to lock him up because he had warrants in the States. Colombia does not care if you white. I'm gonna tell you white brothers that right now, they don't care. Do not think that your white privilege, wherever country you come from, France, Russia, Canada, US, does not matter. Australia, your whiteness only works for women that's trying to get money out of you. You a lick, you a target. So yeah, they're gonna treat, oh my God, he blind, blue eyes. We gonna scam him, girls. But as far as the Colombian government, they are not gonna kick out only brothers and let you white boys just still walk around. And we're about to see that on the next part of the video. This video is not too long, but I just want to let you see some of the latest guys to be kicked out of Colombia.
Generating disorder and affecting coexistence.
That walk of shame is a beast, baby. So many dudes feel like they're walking to the electric chair. Colombia do not care. They will walk that camera. Shout out to the camera person in Colombia. We don't show enough love to whoever it is whose job it is to be the camera person every time somebody get deported. Shout out to that person. Because I'm gonna tell you something now. That person gonna be busy. I'm gonna tell you something now. The camera person in Colombia, whoever it is that records the walk of shame, it's gonna be a lot of work for you. Because it's gonna take a minute for dudes to learn. Shout out to Poor Man 313.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
It's gonna take a lot of time for a lot of dudes to learn that Colombia is not playing.
This action by Migración Colombia is part of the actions of the national government to guarantee security.
Look at y'all. Look at y'all cousins. You got Riri, Nook Nook, Keith, and Paw Paw. Looking, dressing like they straight from the States. Riri, Nook Nook, and Paw Paw. Ray, and Keith. Will is 100% correct. Interpol is the truth. It ties into every country's federal and state authorities. Only reason Snowden didn't get turned. Y'all better not sleep on Interpol. Didn't get turned out because he was classified documents. Because he has classified documents. Absolutely correct. I know exactly who you're talking about. So y'all better, man, they are not playing.
And coexistence in Medellin and its metro.
And if you think it's just Americans, no. They are shipping Venezuelans back too that aren't supposed to be here. I'm going to say this again. These are all Venezuelans that have been shipped back who are not supposed to be in Medellin or any parts of Colombia. Colombia is serious about their immigration, gentlemen. So those of us, let's put it like this. Most guys that come to Colombia won't experience this. Most of us that come in and out of Colombia will not experience this. There are over 7.5 million people that come to Colombia every year. Most people won't experience this. But the ones that come down here on Pookie and Ray behavior, oh yeah, they're gonna turn you back. They're gonna ask you a few questions, and then they're gonna turn you back. But most of us are not going to experience this. So let me not even try to have you guys thinking like I'm putting out fear-mongering content. No, I'm not, because I know most of us this won't happen to. I haven't seen anybody that happen in Cali. And there are other airports to fly into, and it hasn't happened to them. But I can say this. If you coming down here on foolishness and they catch it, you can't blame anybody. He said, I wouldn't be in Colombia hanging with ninjas that dress up right. I was thinking the same, dude, I wouldn't hang out in the States with dudes that dress like that. I kid you not, I don't even hang out in the States with dudes that dress like that. Seriously. That is so true. That was a good call, brother. That was a good call. Right. Let's continue on.
Metropolitan area. Under the leadership of President Gustavo Petro, we will continue to apply administrative
Well, another white dude being shipped out.
measures to those who fail to comply with Colombian regulations.
With dignity, we fulfill the government of Colombia.
There's another one. There's another one being kicked out. Angels watch list. What is the angel watch list? If you have a predatory background, I'm gonna say this for real, guys. If you have a background on two things, this is what they're looking for. If you are a person on the angels list, and we actually need to do a study on the angels list. You know what? Why play? Let me look it up real quick. Give me a list of reasons, put it in a list form, of why a person would be placed on the U.S. International Angels list for predators or domestic violence. Give me a list of at least 5 things that can get a person put on that list.
Sure. Here's a list of reasons why someone might be placed on the U.S. International Angels list for predators or domestic violence. Conviction of severe domestic violence offenses, repeated incidents of stalking or harassment, conviction for child exploitation or abuse, use of weapons or excessive force during domestic incidents, violation of protection or restraining orders.
Okay. For you that didn't hear that, thank you very much. So let's take a look at the list of 5 reasons why you can be on that angels list. We all keep hearing about the list, but none of us know what qualifies to be on that list. So let's take a quick look. Conviction of severe domestic violence offenses. So if you got back to back domestic violence issues in your records or in your history, you're on that list, whether you realize it or not. Number 2, repeat incidences of stalking or harassment. If you've been known to be a stalker, kind of like that white dude that they just sent back, the MAGA hat dude, stalking Colombian schools, shipped him up out of here, didn't they? Number 3, conviction for child exploitation or any type of abuse. So if you've been doing anything against children, yeah, you're on that list. Use of weapons and excessive force during domestic incidents. Now that can vary between a male and a female, but any type of violence that you've been involved in when it comes to domestic or at home, yeah, that could put you on that list. And lastly, violation of a protection or restraining order. If you have a history of violating restraining orders, you can be on that angels list. And as you can tell, just like Will said, he's absolutely correct. It is a list that Interpol shares with everyone in the world. Even though the United States created that list, It's shared globally. So I'm telling you guys now, this is going to follow those guys no matter what country they go to. So y'all can sit back and say, well, I'm done with Colombia. I ain't going to Colombia. All these dudes that's being turned around are going to be turned around from every country. I don't think y'all realize how far-reaching Interpol is. This is all the international information. The same information that is accessible to Colombia is accessible if you land in UK. And UK can turn you around just as fast as Spain can, just as fast as Thailand can, just as fast as the Philippines can, just as fast as Colombia can, just as fast as the United States or Canada can. So if y'all thinking about, I ain't going to Colombia no more, you might not be able to go into no country no more. You might not be able to go to any country anymore except your home country. Because every time you go somewhere, there is a probability that they're going to pull you to the side as soon as you land and put you on the next thing smoking back to your home. And a lot of guys don't realize this. It's controlled by the U.S. State Department. That's a good point, Will. Thank you very much for letting us know that. He said shared by every embassy friendly to the U.S. A lot of guys don't realize. He said, I'm glad I landed in Cartagena first. Oh, they're doing it in Cartagena too? I don't know why y'all think that bruh. You think they ain't turning dudes around in Cartagena? Okay. All you did was give me some homework to do. I know that they turned them around in Cartagena. I know that they turned the dudes around in Cartagena. Y'all think it's just Medellin? Okay. They just turned a white dude around off the coast of Ecuador. He tried to sneak into Medellin, sneak into Cartagena, couldn't get in, took a flight to Ecuador and tried to sneak in through Quito. I'm telling y'all, they are not playing, bruh. Y'all think y'all got, that's the part that gets me. Y'all really think that it's just a one city thing. Okay. Okay.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
I'm glad that you ain't got no issues, Chris. That's what I'm glad about. I'm glad that you ain't got no issues to where you can travel the way that you want. That's what I'm really glad about. That's what they get paid for. That's a lot of work. Yeah, and that's a lot of work that the white dude was doing trying to get into Colombia. Didn't get in through Medellin, couldn't get in through Cartagena, flew all the way to Ecuador and couldn't get in. Couldn't get in, man. Crazy, bruh. I kid you not, crazy. There we go. back. Thank you for your patience. I had to reboot the Wi-Fi. Thank you once again for your patience, gentlemen. Now, as we were saying, you know, a lot of guys don't realize that they're serious about it, that they are serious about what's going on. Let's go back to the video. Like I said, it's only a 4-minute video that we're looking at. Then we're going to get tonight's topic. We're going to get go past that.
National government to guarantee security and
like my brother said, I don't even hang out with people that dress like this. This is Pookie and Ray Ray personified. This is not us, gentlemen. This is not grown man attire.
Existence in Medellin and its metropolitan area. Under the leadership of President Gustavo Petro, we will continue to apply administrative measures to those who fail to comply with Colombian regulations.
With dignity, we fulfill the government of Colombia. Con dignidad cumplimos.
These are those Venezuelans that they just shipped out. One of the reasons why they shipped them out is because of this. Watch this. Stolen goods. They're not supposed to be here in Colombia. And then while they're here in Colombia, they're working for the underground. And so Colombia sent them on back. Kicked out the country. Yeah, a lot of times they think that they can be here for stolen and do crimes. Colombia is not playing that. They're kicking them out. All Venezuelans.
After their judicial situation has been resolved and they are left at the disposal of Colombian migration. The expulsion from the national territory has been firmly ordered, carried out with strict adherence to due process and a comprehensive independent assessment of each case involving these foreign citizens, all while ensuring...
Did I not say Venezuelans doing illegal crimes, getting kicked out the country? So don't just think that it's Americans or Europeans. They're kicking them all out.
Their dignity and rights are respected.
Yo, what's going on, my people? It's your boy, man. I'm back again.
It's a movie. Red carpet. And of course, here's your boy, Chill Chopper.
I'm here to make a special announcement. Those of y'all that follow me, you already know what the announcement is.
Then you got the white dude in the background with the red hat on. That's the one that was stalking the kids' school. He stalked 3 schools here in Medellin, and they kicked them out the country at the same time they kicked out Chill Chapo. Yeah.
With dignity.
This right here are the ladies that are over the migration. These are the ladies that are fed up with the behavior of a lot of guys that are coming into the country. Those that are coming into the country for children, those that are coming into the country to demoralize and do violence against the women, those that are coming into the country that are throwing illegal parties. These are the women that are in charge. They're not playing, bruh. These women have no sympathy for you dudes. Let's talk about, but we bring pay for play money. These women don't care. These are the ladies that are in charge. How you gonna convince these ladies to not give y'all the right to do pay for play? I've been saying this for 6 years. You do know pay for play is only legal in the brothels or the strip clubs here in Colombia. But they on the streets. Dude, if you locked up everybody, Colombia is not a for-profit incarceration country like the United States. They don't make money when people get locked up. That's the United States. Now, they are building a privatized prison, and that one might be for locking up people for profit. But as for now, let's look at for now. So Colombia doesn't have that many jails or prisons to lock up every female and every pimp, and they know it. So even though it's not legal, they just don't have enough manpower and enough units to place all the people that they could lock up in Parque Lleras and other spots for pay for play. But the only places that is actually legal, and the women by law have to get their bodies examined by a doctor every 6 months, strip clubs, brothels. Those are only true legal spots in Colombia. I don't know why y'all think it's anything else. I've been telling y'all for years that buying street meat is not legal in this country. I don't know why y'all think that. Even Taylor Made Dreams said that about DR, and y'all didn't believe him. Taylor Made Dreams said, y'all do realize that most pay for play in DR is illegal, but it's legal in this country. No, certain types of pay for play in DR is legal. Not all pay for play. Same thing in this country. I've been saying it for years, but y'all think I don't know what I'm talking about. It's not legal to be in Parque Lleras grabbing chicks off the streets or off the whatever. And then you telling dudes to do it. That's the other part. Content creators are literally telling guys prices, where to go for years, what areas to go to. What were you guys thinking was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? You're telling people how to do something illegal in a country that's not your home country. What did you think was going to happen? You guys just come down here, just set up shop. Hey, I can tell you where to go here and go there. Why? Why would you? It's okay. Will says this. Shout out to my brother Will for the support, the $10 over on PayPal as well each day. He says this. He said, people forget classy educated, rich Colombians run Colombia. Absolutely correct. No different than the States. They are policymakers. Put some respect on Colombia. Absolutely correct. That is 100% correct. Corporal ST said, ST says this. He says, Andre, we see you shaved your beard. Just shaved it down a little bit. See, you can tell the difference now, right? You can tell the difference on camera now because of the lighting. So you can even tell that I shaved it down a little bit. He said, when you get a chance, blend your beard from sideburns down to your goatee and chin. When you get a chance, blend your beard from the sideburns right here down to the goatee and chin. Oh, right here. Blend right here. Is this what you're talking about, ST? Let me know. This area here. Yeah, you guys can see everything now, all the little minute details of your boy. Yeah, dumbasses. I mean, you got dudes like me and Kobe and all these other guys that have been traveling for the longest, no issue. Kofa, no issues. Will, no issues. Like I said, most of us men are not going to have issues in the airport. But the Pookies and the Ray Rays and Paw Paw, yes, you're going to have issues. Thank you very much. Okay, cool, Corporal. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. I still got work to do on the beard. I still got work to do. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, gentlemen. Shout out to my man D. Kirk in the building. Let's continue on. I just want to let you guys know who's the head over the migration department, the immigration department here in Colombia. And it's these ladies. And they are running things. And they are not playing games. My man Kofa says this. He said, dudes will never film a dope boy and say, this is how much his bricks cost. Come to the location. That's a great point. That's a great point. You ain't gonna film the dope boy and tell him about prices and put it all on social media. But y'all be dumb enough to put pay for play on social. I don't get it, man. I don't get it at all. I don't get it at all. Let's see. Let's go back to the video. Like I said, it's only like a 5-minute video, but I know I'm kind of like making it a little longer, but it's very important, man. Let's continue on. Because we're going to hear from Chill Chapo what his life is like since he got back to the States. What's going on? Let's continue on.
Yo, what up, people? It's your boy, man, back again.
So this is a video, the first video that Chill Chapo released since he got back to the States. He could have released a video on any topic. Any topic. We know that he has to be out of Colombia for 5 years. And if he does decide to come back, he has to have an approved visa. He can't just come with a passport like the rest of us. Let's continue on.
Now, I was going to save this for the rebuttal video. I still might add it in, but I found something interesting that one of my followers tagged me to about the Latin American live cams and who actually sponsors it. Let's talk about it. So Immigration Colombia claims that they do not support sex tourism and they look down on the sexualization of their women in Colombia. But yet, here we are looking at an adult webcam expo sponsored by who? Sponsored by who? There's literally a list of government agencies in Colombia that are sponsoring this live sex cam expo that is happening in Colombia later this month. What do you know? What are the odds of that?
What does this sound like? Sounds like a bitter brother, doesn't it? For those that don't know, and I've met a guy in regards to this, Colombia has been holding these expos, these webcam expos. They didn't say sex cam expos. They're called the webcam. Now, you have the choice to use your webcam for how you want, but these are called the webcam expos, not sex cam expos. He's trying to promote it as if Immigration Colombia is promoting online what they say that he was promoting in the streets. I'm gonna say this again. He's trying to say they're promoting online, on camera, what he was promoting in the streets. It's not the same. I've known about the webcam expos for years. So this is not the first version of it. Secondly, when are we going to come to the conclusion this is these people's country? Until I get my citizenship, till T-Mac get his citizenship, this is still their country. Once we become citizens, we got a little bit of a say-so, just a little bit of a say-so by way of vote, right? But for all the rest of us that travel to these countries, if I go to Italy, one of the ways I stay out of trouble, I stay out of people's way. This is their country. So if the migration department wants to be one of the sponsors of webcam, they can do it. Now, like I said before, how the young lady or the young men use that webcam, that's not on immigration. But they are one of the annual sponsors. But this brother, because out of his bitterness, tried to sell it as if it's the sex cams. Maybe it is. Still ain't your country. Let's say it is. This still is not our country. We have no rights in this country. I've got a little bit of rights. T-Mac's got a little bit of rights, but we don't have full citizenship rights. So who are we to sit? And this is the other part. I'm going to say this. What's the number one thing that I've been saying that black men do too much? We're talking too much. If this dude did want to come back to Colombia, he ain't coming back now. He talking too much. And most of his talking is out of pain. Once again, I don't know this brother. I'm not coming at this brother because I don't know this brother. I've never seen him before outside of a couple of Instagram videos. I've never seen him before. I haven't seen anything negative too much about his Instagram except for a few things that he said. But other than that, bruh, you are back in the States. Find you another country. Let it go. Sometimes we got to have the last word. Let it go. You sound like a single mother. Let it go. You sound just like a single brother, my brother. Sometimes we got to sit back and just wallow in that pain. Bruh. For some of you that already know this, we lost 5 YouTube channels in one day 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago. We are still fighting to get everything back on track. You have never heard me come on here criticizing any of my friends that are blown up on YouTube. Yes, if we hadn't lost those 5 channels, we would be heading towards the 600,000 subscriber mark too. Easily. But we aren't right now. We're great. We're better, but we're not what we would have been. I could have went on YouTube and all of the platforms and cried till the sun came up. And until I got an approved appeal, doesn't matter what I do. Why? YouTube is a platform that I am borrowing for free. I don't pay to be on their platform. They actually pay us to be on their platform. So if they say, Andre, because you had all these channels up under one umbrella, in other words, under one email, that's why I tell YouTubers, don't put all your YouTube channels under one email. Don't do that. You lose all your channels if anything happens to one channel. If anything happens to one channel, we lost 5 channels. I could fuss about it. I could cuss about it. But you guys have never seen me do that, have you? You know why? It is not going to help anything. And YouTube is not my country. It is not my corporation. It's not my business. They're allowing us to do business on their platform. So they can have the rules the way that they want. Same thing with Colombia. Same thing with any country we go to. It's amazing how much we cuss and we fuss about countries that have the right to change the rules at any point in time in the middle of the game. And we get mad. We get mad. And I'm going to say this to you guys, and I mean this. There are going to be more. There are going to be more content creators shipped out. There are going to be more content creators that are going to be crying their blues after they shipped out. They're going to be, I've seen this brother on so many comment sections on different YouTubers channels that he would have never gone to. And now he's all over social media. Bruh, you at home. No matter what you say about Colombia, in Colombia, it doesn't matter. It's their basketball court. They make the rules. And I think a lot of us who are traveling have to come to that truth. Have to come through that truth. Shout out to my man African Arizona being in the building. Shout out to AZ. He said, we riding with you. I appreciate y'all riding with us, brother. Yeah, talking. He's still talking, belittling Colombia. That's the crazy part, gentlemen. That's the crazy part. Will says this. He said, you think that these people are going to let foreigners come into Colombia and continue showing disrespect? Absolutely correct. I give you a perfect thing before we go back to his video. One of the reasons they shipped him out because he was promoting and throwing parties that he says that Colombian businesses were telling him to do, and to a certain extent, or recommending to him to do. And to a certain extent, I've heard of that before. That, hey, you got so many connections, could you promote this event at our club? I've heard that before. Here's the part. If somebody came to our country in the United States on a passport and they took a promoter's job on a passport, is that not illegal in the United States to do that? Put a yes or a no in the comments. I'm going to say that again. If let's say a person from DR went to DR with their went to the United States with their passport, they knew a lot of people. A business owner in DR, a business owner in the States tells this Dominican, hey, since you know a lot of people, I know you only here with your passport, could you promote my party for me? Is that illegal for the Dominican to take a job in the United States? Yes or no? Put it in the comments. My answer is this. Yes, it's illegal. Shout out to you, T-Mac. T-Mac said, it's illegal to work in a foreign country without authorization. Couldn't have put it any better than that. I couldn't have put it any better than that. A female going to the States can't get on a pole, can't do nails. If she says I'm going to be there 22 days, it is illegal if she does any form of labor, anything that's considered or under the auspices of work. That's illegal. That's illegal. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct, gentlemen. No work permit. Great point. Great point. Every country requires a work visa. Great points, gentlemen. So we're all on the same accord. But this brother doesn't realize that that's one of the reasons he got shipped out. Number two reason he got shipped out is this. He overstayed his passport. His passport and or visa. You can't stay in a country and think going to keep you here. And you're all this. I know I sound a little frustrated, guys. I am not dumb enough to be all over social media, and I am illegally in a country. How crazy is that? I'm illegally in Colombia. Let's just use this as a metaphor. And I am just plastering my face all over social media 2-3 times a day. That's crazy, right? You would think that the person would hide themselves or kind of like be a little bit incognito, right? Have a YouTube channel that doesn't show their face or something. You might can hear their voice. No, with all this AI they can take advantage of. No, what does he do? Plasters his own face all over social media every day on an Instagram platform that immigration has been following him to validate if he was legally in the country. So that's the number 2 reason why he was kicked out of the country. And the number 3 reason was because he was giving advice on how to get through immigration a lot easier instead of staying in the long line. That is violating the safety and the policies that Colombian immigration has set up for each one of us. I'll give you a perfect example. The one time I got into the wrong line, Colombian, immigration informed me you are in the wrong line. That's policy. Now, fortunately for me, it was good news. I landed in Medellin. I'm in the long line, the long wavy line. I get to the front of the line and the immigration officer, customs, tells me, Mr. Spence, you are in the wrong line. From now on, you go through the short line with the Colombians. You are a resident, sir. You are not a visitor. You are a resident here. So you no longer have to stand on lines. You stand in the short line. That's Colombia's policy. Just like the same policy we have for different lines in the States. You can't tell people how to go around a policy and it's not going to get back to immigration. They already watching you. They already watch us. You think immigration doesn't watch us? We're one of the longest running YouTube channels in Colombia. You think they haven't watched us and followed us to see what we put out there? Are we going to say something crazy politically? Are we going to say something against the country, against the women? These dudes put themselves out there and think that only Americans are. I guess we think that the only person that sees us on these cameras are Americans or people in foreign countries. Colombians don't look at YouTube. They don't have TikTok. No Colombians don't have Instagram. They're too primitive. Is that what y'all think? Will says this. Shout out to Will. Will says, you plan to live in Colombia, is best to have a Colombian lawyer for the do's and don'ts. Absolutely correct. Also, please get a consultation. Love Crossing Borders. Yeah, shout out to Will. I did do a consultation with you. Love Crossing Borders does a great job. Absolutely correct. I've done a consultation with several of you guys. I got a few of them coming up in the up and coming weeks. I kid you not, man. With Andrea knowing the details of visa work, because she's done so many visas, and then with me in regards to the consultation and information, and we do work with attorneys, we do work with lawyers, and I have good friends in my phone in the immigration office. So for those that try to go around it, why you think I've never started a business or done business here in Colombia? I don't do any tour guides, do I? I don't do everything that I do is American based, and our corporation is set up in America. Our platform that we work on on YouTube is an American base. Our websites, our Patreon, everything that we have is American, but yet I still, because I'm in Colombia, I still file my Colombian taxes and my US taxes. I'm not going to have a bunch of people running after me saying, hey, we've caught him, Interpol. I do not want the term Interpol to be a part of who I am as a person. Shout out to Crypto Dragon. Good evening to you, brother. Good evening to you. I see crypto is starting to creep on up again. Creeping on up again. Shout out to XRP. He said, Dre is right. He said their Colombian government and people are watching everything that you're doing. You better believe it or never, ever forget it. Get caught slipping if you want. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Let's continue on because this brother has more to say since he's back in the States. Let's continue on.
What are the odds of that? And from the outside looking in, it looks like it's encouraged as long as it's taxed and benefiting the system and the people in the government who are making money from that system. It seems like they're perfectly fine with it when it's Colombians doing it. Now, no one talks about the platforms, no one talks about the performers, no one talks about the events and expos, and nobody.
Did that expo say anything about intimacy? Does it say anything about sex, does it? At all? They've been holding that expo for years here in Colombia. I know a guy that was part of the sponsorship in Medellin for this event. That's how I found out about this event. That's crazy. This brother is hurt and his pain is showing.
But he's definitely talking about how the government is one of the prime supporters and sponsors of an adult sex content event. Now, I'm not making this video to make anybody look bad. I'm just pointing out an obvious, ironic hypocrisy that's happening with the government and the message that they are giving and posting.
This is the irony of it. How can you tell a government that they are being hypocritical about their own country? It is ironic how, you know, we Americans are funny. We are funny people. When the shoe is on the other foot and it's time for us to kick immigrants out, we are gun-ho. We will vote for a president king / who thinks he's God, healing people in the name of immigration. Get them all out of here, right? That's how we did it. Come on, Americans. You put your red MAGA hat on and you said, get them people up out of here, right? You didn't care if a bunch of American kids got swooped up. You don't care. You just get them up out of here, right? That's how we did it. But when another country scoops us up and kicks us out, now it's unfair. I know I was in that country illegally, but I know I was telling people to go around immigration, but I know I was technically working in that country as a promoter, but I just saw an Instagram video of it looks like I froze. Oh, I just saw an Instagram video of a young lady. She's Afro-Colombian. She is throwing her first Afro-Colombian city tour event in Medellin. I follow her on TikTok and Instagram for a few years. Really nice young lady, very fluent in English, very strong in her beliefs in the Afro-Colombian roots, right? And she's throwing an event. Come on down to Colombia. 5 days of learning Afro-Colombian influence here in Medellin, right? What's the difference? Do you think any of those brothers that's going to come down for her event in 5 days, they gonna get some coochie? Yeah, some of them brothers gonna get them some Afro-Colombian coochie. Yes, they are. Do you think any of the sisters that's coming down 5 days, one or a few of them Afro-Colombian brothers gonna smash them American sisters. 5 days. What's the difference? This sister is a Colombian. This is her country. B, she knows where to go and where not to go. She knows what to say and what not to say. She knows what to promote and what not to promote. Even though the brothers might come down and the sisters might come down and get freaky with their Colombian cousins after they get done with the tour and the celebrations and all that, right? The 5 days of learning Afro-Colombianism, if you will, in Medellin. Once again, what's the difference? How they present the package. If you guys did like Richie Mack and work with the Colombian community like he does in Thailand, and have a golf tournament or bowling tournament here in Colombia, come down for the Colombian golf tournament, first annual, blah, 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 so forth and so forth. For men of or women of first prize, second prize, third prize, sponsored by, right? Colombia ain't gonna trip. Why? It's a golf tournament. Why? You've worked with a local Colombian, and that local Colombian made sure that you made the right connections for the golf tournament. Once you're done playing golf, are y'all not gonna do some freaky stuff with some of the Colombianas? Yeah. What's my point? My point is we have to respect these countries that we're going to. We can't be coming to these countries being disrespectful. It's just not called for. You can't do it. Even I, as a husband, still have to respect this country. If you think it's a joke, how many times have we heard that ICE has gone to the house of a married couple? She has her American residency, and ICE still locked her up as if she was an immigrant. Took the wife. How many times have we heard about ICE taking husbands that are married to American citizens? Oh, so they can do that? What makes y'all think I would be stupid enough to think that Colombia can't do that either? Just because I'm married, I'm supposed to be able to, I've got the black card, the get out of jail free card, just because I'm married? Well, if that doesn't work in the States, in other countries, it doesn't work either. They could put me on a bus and on a plane just as fast as they did with this young man. Until I get my citizenship, I gotta act like I got some dang sense in my head. I don't get it. Let's continue on.
To all the local Colombians trying to perpetrate that they're not part of the problem.
Thank you for bringing back the word perpetrate. I've been waiting for somebody to do that. We need the word perpetrate back in. Yep, respect goes a long way.
Now, I'm not here to start no problems, but let's just say it for what it is. There's a clear agenda, and obviously somebody had to be the scapegoat, and they looked for the biggest name they can find, and you know it's your boy. Let's talk about it.
Had to take over. You bitches better get ready.
So now he's back in his home of Las Vegas. He's dropped another video, and he wants you guys to see I'm living good in Vegas, and I'm happy for him. I'm gonna say this again. I am happy for the brother being back home and living a good life in Vegas, because you dang sure ain't gonna never do it in Colombia again. You dang sure ain't gonna do it in Colombia again. This is the crazy part. So you can afford to live good in Vegas, but you couldn't afford to get an attorney to help you get your visa renewed, so you're not staying illegally in Colombia. Okay.
Y'all counted us out. Come on now. While we was counting down. Whoever was scared. I'm talking about whoever was scared when he went to the bed. Go on, make your bed. Go in that booth and rip that bitch.
Pussy nigga. Hey, FDO, FTL first.
Once again, I'm gonna show y'all I'm all right at home, but I'm hurting on the inside. I'm gonna show y'all I'm back in Vegas. I'm all right. I'm at home. I'm flexing with my friends. And yet I keep putting videos and comments out on Colombia, because no matter how much I try, I'm hurting. I am hurting. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if AJ is from, I think AJ is from Vegas. You're right. I think AJ is from Vegas. He said Raiders hat is a clown saying that he's the greatest MF on earth. These social media clout chasers are insane. Yeah, man. Yeah. He put this whole video out just to show to us, hey, I don't care what y'all saying. I'm still good. I'm still good. Black folks, we gotta have the last word, don't we?
Stay out, bitch. Fuck the feds, walked out the jail. I saw 6 foreign. I just got out the bunk bed, 3 million cash. Can't fit in my hand, then sit some on my head. Babe, come put that pussy on me, bitch. I'm fresh from out the feds. I say fresh from out the feds, baby. Come put that pussy on me. Turned this fuck in the strip club, ran out of one, start throwing hundreds. Nigga, I can't fumble shit. The whole world been waiting on it. Took that knife all the way to R&D, gave it to my little homie, nigga. Ain't no more Mufasa, Mr. Goldman. I catch Jet to Johnny. Ain't no more outfits from Southland Mall. They set up made in London. Couple hoes jumped off my bed, majority waited on me. She just acting faithful to you till I get home. Trust me, homie, feeling patient. I might do a demonstration off GP. I ain't shot nothing in like 4 years. I ain't sent a hit in 3. Don't let dirt verse go to your head. Ain't nobody slime as me.
Right, that's what he's trying to do. He trying to flex on the whole country. What was he thinking? He ain't never coming back. International Quiet Storm says, this is why I say, keep that camera out my face. You are that dude that says that. That is true. He said, I keep it straight. That is so true. International Quiet Storm is just like he said, the title is International Quiet Storm. That is definitely him, man. He said, wouldn't that Ferrari buy a house overseas? Do realize he got into somebody else's Ferrari in a passenger seat. Do realize. Shout out to Jamon to being in the building. Always keep low key. He's still dropping content as if he's flexing. But dudes are watching because they're just looking at a car crash. Because that's exactly what he's doing. He's crashing out. What's that garbage crap that he's playing? Just trash. I don't know what that is. I guess that's some Vegas music. I don't know.
I'm the one around the corner where they snake Martin Luther King extra aggressive. Out in traffic cause Hank ain't in the back seat. Everywhere I go is cars trailing cause reckless ain't driving me. I get mad when I look around and my members ain't what they supposed to be. Oh, what's going on? I'm stuck in the cage. It drove me crazy.
Okay, so let's hear what he has to say. Now that I'm back in my city rested, I want to take a quick message. This is not a quick message, dude. He is all over everybody else's social media platforms in their comments. This is not his only message. Take it from me. I've run across him at least on 3 to 5 other people here in Colombia platforms, on their videos, in their comments. He said, I understand that some of the things I said or the way that I delivered my message may have offended certain people in Colombia. That was never the goal. A lot has been said, but I'm not concerned about people judging me based on false information. That is a lie. If you hit them with the lie detector, they will say that was a lie. The lie detector says that's a lie. You putting out all this crazy content. This is proof that you are hurt. A lot of people said, but I am not concerned with about people judging me based on false information. I'll clear all those lies and false information said in due time. That part is easy. Got news for you. Doesn't matter. They have the authority to kick you out of their country. So even if he has proof, they still can kick him out. Here's the next part. The reality is simple. People come to Colombia on their own free will to do what they want. And that's the mistake that people make. Here we go. Before we go any further, let's look at the first line he said. The reality is simple. People come to Colombia on their own free will to do what they want within what's legally allowed. That's not true. People have a bad habit. Pookie, Ray Ray, and Nook Nook them, along with Paw Paw, come to Colombia and assume what's legal and what's not legal to do what they want to do. I've been saying this for years. A lot of guys are looking for countries where they can be stupid as legally as they want to be. But that country doesn't exist. I want to say this one more time. A lot of guys are looking for countries where they can be stupid legally. There is no country that exists that will allow you to be in their country, be stupid, and it's legal. Name the country. Name the country. There is no country that would allow any of us, me, any of us, to legally be stupid in their country, to work in their country, to overstay our visa in their country, to talk about going around immigration in their country, to get drugged or robbed in their country, to get scammed. And that there is no country that exists. And that's what, dude, these Pookies and Ray Rays, they are going from country to country looking for one thing only, nothing else. Can I be stupid? Can I do stupid stuff, be around women and spend my money with stupidity, act stupid, behave stupid, and it's legal? That country doesn't exist, fellas. It doesn't exist in DR. You cannot be stupid in DR and the law doesn't catch up with you, or the situation doesn't catch up with you, can you? What about Brazil? Can you go to Brazil and be as stupid as Floyd and not think the situation was going to catch up with you? What about in Kenya? You got Austin Holloman in Kenya, no issues. But soon as Jay Rillo goes to Kenya and does what? Something stupid, are there not repercussions? What about white dudes that go to the Philippines or China or Japan, Korea, Vietnam, or Thailand? Do we not constantly see white dudes get arrested or ran up out of Thailand because a woman that hustled all his money? Because they want to do something stupid. There is no country. And I think that's what the problem is. Most men that and women that travel with sense, wisdom. They out to have some fun. They out to just enjoy life, right? But the guys that are the Pookies keep flying from country to country to country in hopes that there is this Shangri-La that exists where they can be stupid and yet it's legal. I could, like the Russian dude, I could play music all night long, all week long for 2 months in Medellin, and they shouldn't be able to say anything about it. And you saw they shipped that Russian dude out yesterday. There is no country, and I don't know why y'all sit back and continue to think that that country exists. It doesn't. Yes, it does. It's called your house. If you want to be stupid, go home. Go to your own house. You can be as dumb as you want to. That's your house. You can OD on whatever you want to, on pleasure, on drinking, on drugs, on partying, on music. You can OD on whatever you want to. You can go overboard on whatever you want to in your own house. Go ahead. Go home. Go home. I'm going to tell you that now. I've been saying this for years. Why y'all keep coming to Colombia anyway? We don't want you here. Y'all think I've been saying that now as a resident. If y'all think I'm bad now, wait till I get my citizenship. We don't want you here. 85 to 95% of people, we all want to come and enjoy Colombia. Yes. But y'all little 5% of problem troublemakers, nobody wants you in their country. They don't want you in DR. You little 5% of dudes, all the people that visit DR year around, having a great time, no issues. But you little 5% dudes and women that always go to countries and cause problems and make the other 95% of us look bad. No, we don't want y'all following us. We're tired of you following us to Vietnam. We're tired of you following us to Cambodia, following us to Japan, following us to Philippines, following us to Mongolia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brazil, Peru, parts of Africa, South Africa, Kenya, Angola, Ethiopia, Morocco. Y'all constantly following us, dude. You're like little kids. You know when your mama used to say, take your little brother with you? Oh, mom, boy, take your little brother with you. That's how we who are the positive people feel when we are traveling. It's as if mom is saying, take your little brother, take your little sister with you. Knowing that y'all nothing but troublemakers, just like the little brother, just like the little sister. That's what we're tired of. That's why I say we don't want you here. The locals don't want you here, and we're not mad at the locals for saying we don't want you here. Y'all can sit back and say, well, Andre, you since you moved to Colombia, you done forgot all about that. You're American. No, I'm American that is about to become a Colombian. But we're not talking about exploits in America. We're talking about your behavior in Colombia, and nobody likes it. You make us look bad. You make the Colombian people seem like they're stupid, which they're not. And when they don't allow you to do foolish things, here you go, putting out videos, trolling and mad. So here you go, putting out videos and giving comments talking about how mad you are. It don't faze me. So let's read it. The reality is simple. People come to Colombia on their own free will to do what they want. No country you can do what you want. No country exists that will allow you to do all that you want. And that's what y'all get kicked out for, because you think you can come to a country and do what you want, and you can't. There is no country that allows that. Let's continue on. Within what's legal and allowed, most dudes don't want to follow what's legal and follow what's allowed. From my perspective, your perspective, nobody was truly looking out for them or helping prevent serious harm or even deaths in certain situations. My bad. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. This ego social media thing, Enough is enough. Chill Chapo, when you were still in the States, washing your ass in stateside shower in your home, a lot of us were already here with content. Before you dropped your first social media video, a lot of us was already on 1,000 videos on several platforms. All this acting like I'm the first, I was the one, I'm the first. I'm not even the first. What I say has been said before. I just was among the few that were here, but I'm not the first. I'm not the first. So to act like nobody was warning people, no, you dudes don't listen. I want to say this one again. The warnings have been on out there like on a pack of. You know how people get lung cancer from smoking? Was not that warning on the side of that package for years? Was not that warning on the side of that damn package for years telling you don't open up this package? Oh, okay, you gonna open it? Okay, don't grab one of these cigarettes. Okay, you gonna grab one? Okay, don't light that cigarette. Oh, you gonna light it? Okay, do not smoke that cigarette. But you smoked it. Every single pack of cigarettes on the side was telling you, don't put that to your mouth. You better not inhale. Don't hold it. You better not breathe that out. I'm gonna say this last thing. You better not do it again. Was not all that on a pack of a side of cigarettes for years. Then how did people end up with lung cancer due to cigarettes? Because they ignored the warnings. Chill Chapo, you are not the first person on the side of a pack of cigarettes here in Colombia. You are not the first person to warn somebody about stupidity in Colombia. If anything, you should have been finding out what can be done in this country and what couldn't be done in this country and sharing that information, but you didn't. You were too busy being on Pookie and Ray Ray mode. You walked the line. I give you that. And I'll be honest with you, brother. I'll give you that. You put out some great content and you walked the line, but you were still a party boy. You were still known as a party boy. Yes, you walked that fine line of look at my content is mostly positive. And everybody said the same thing, including me. Most of your content is positive, but you still was a party boy. And you still overstayed in the country. And you still gave advice to people on how to get around immigration. You broke the rules. Not one time have you said, put in the comment section of anything that I've seen, of all the I've seen at least 20 different comments on different people's videos about what happened that you spoken, and not once have you said, y'all right, man. Y'all got me, dog. I was there legally, man. I did overstay my visa, man. Y'all got me on that. I did tell people how to get around immigration. You know, okay, love crossing borders. Y'all got me on that one. And I did say that one. You know what? Let me stop lying, bro. I know I was in the country and I know I didn't have a permit or I was legally allowed to work a job as a promoter, but you know, the Colombian told me, hey, promote this for me. And since, you know, I went ahead and promoted, they threw me a few dollars. I did it. Okay, I did. I worked in the country when I wasn't supposed to. Okay, I did it. I haven't heard you say that one time, brother. Not one time. Not one time. As a resident, I have the right to work. I have the right to collect Colombian Social Security. I can start collecting Colombian Social Security. T-Mac can, and a lot of guys that have their residence. Jay Clyde, a lot of us We have the right to actually collect Social Security in Colombia. The only thing that our next step is of citizenship is it'll give us the right to vote and the right to get a passport. You're doing all this talking, Chill, but you're not admitting you were wrong. Let's finish hearing what the brother had to say when we get to the video. The brother said, all I did was try to bring all I did. I didn't stay there illegally. All I did, I didn't tell people to get around immigration. All I did, I wasn't throwing parties and promoting parties that I wasn't legally supposed to. All I did was bring awareness. That's all I did. And do my part to keep people safer while they made their own choices during their time. It wasn't me, it was them, said Adam to God. Sound just like Adam when God said, hey, bruh, why did you and Eve eat this fruit? What did Adam say? When God came to Adam and said, hey, bro, why are you and Eve eating from this tree? Adam said, hey, hold up, Lord. It wasn't me. This is good. Lord, you didn't tell me it was this good. It wasn't me. It was the woman you gave me. It was her fault. She made this choice of us eating this delicious fruit, juicy fruit. This is juicy, Lord. You didn't tell us this tree was in the Garden of Eden is this delicious. It wasn't me. I was over there. Her and Satan was over here. I heard her talking to somebody, but I figured she was talking to herself again. You know, this is her first time on earth. She just been talking to herself. So I thought she was talking to you, Lord. Lord, I thought she was talking to you. I'm over here minding my business, tilling the land. And next thing I know, this is juicy. This tree of knowledge of good and evil is delicious. She was talking to somebody. All I know is she came over to me with this piece of fruit, this delicious piece of fruit, and she told me to take a bite. And so I just, I'm trying to keep my woman happy. Lord, you gave it to me. I'm trying to keep my woman happy, so I partaked. But it wasn't my fault. I know you gave me the woman, Lord. I know you said that I'm in charge of the garden. I know you said all this land is mine upon my surveillance. I know you gave me a garden and a relationship with you. But this is some good fruit, Lord. I ain't gonna lie to you. This was good. You was holding out the best. You was holding out the best. That's how he sounds. Oh, y'all knew I was gonna have a popcorn moment. That's how he sounds. Hey, I just introduced dudes to the tree. I didn't tell them whether to eat or not. I just tell dudes, hey, be safe. Go on out there with the paper. He sounds just like Satan sounded. Hey, I didn't tell her to eat it. I just told her if she ate it, what could happen? Why you want to curse me? I'm already cursed. I've been kicked out of heaven. Why you want to curse me, Lord? Well, I just told her about the tree. I didn't tell her to partake of the tree. I just said, if she just so happens to partake of the deliciousness of this particular tree in the Garden of Eden, certain things of good and evil knowledge could happen. And so she realized how much knowledge and slickness she had. So she walked over to her husband and said, "Here, eat this." And now you see it over here. He got the juices going all down his arm. Adam got the juices. He over there just enjoying just the juiciness going on his arm, just full of juices from the tree of good and evil, of the knowledge of good and evil. And we've been using excuses since then. Because that's exactly how the brother sounds. Once again, I'm not coming at the brother because I don't know the brother. But what I'm saying is, let's not play stupid in these other countries. Can we finally stop playing stupid in these other countries? If we're going to travel to these countries, I am not traveling to France and playing stupid. I'm not traveling to Spain and playing stupid. We are not flying to the Philippines to visit Ronin Travelers, and then we're gonna play stupid. We are not flying to the Philippines to Thailand to see Richie Mack, and then we're gonna play stupid. We are not flying to Kenya, hanging out with Austin and his girl, but then we're gonna play stupid. We're not doing that. We are not doing it. And most of us who travel don't play stupid. It's always that small percent that make us all look bad. Let's finish off what he said. All I did was this: bring awareness to do my part to keep people safer while they made their own choices. I did my part, but they made their own choices during their time there. If trying to help, here we go. We need some American music in the background. If doing my part to help protect Americans and international tourists, he's a falling on the sword paragraph, in other words. Sounds like he's falling on the sword. If doing my part to try to help American and international tourists while they visit Colombia is considered a crime, then I guess I'm guilty. There we go, falling on the sword. So straight through the chest like a samurai. But I'll say the full breakdown for my official response video coming soon, coming to a theater near you. Chill dildo in full caps. No accountability at all. Spoken like a man that sounds like a single mother. He sounds just like single mothers. No accountability at all. We all can do, he said, all we can do is help the ones that want to be helped. Absolutely correct. This dude came down with a cape on because he said nobody was helping. Nobody was giving information. Zeta said, well, Dre, unfortunately, many Americans don't know what accountability is, both men and women. Absolutely correct. Let's not harp on this brother any longer. Let's get started with our part 2. That is so funny. Let me pull this video up for us.
Like the female loneliness epidemic that you're going to see.
Older women versus younger women. Why are older women giving bad advice? One of the reasons is that the female loneliness epidemic for older women is at Okay, here we go. I pause for a second. Let's try this again.
There's going to be nothing like the female loneliness epidemic that you're going to see with this generation of women when they hit the 40s. It's going to be out of control.
Many years from now, there is going to be a quiet crisis, loneliness in women especially. Not because women failed, not because they weren't capable or intelligent, but because they were handed a script or a blueprint that left out the consequences. Be self-sufficient, put your career first, you don't need a man. So they followed it. They pushed love down the line. They delayed the family. They treated commitment like something that could always wait until it didn't. Fast forward a few years later. You're older, no partner, no children, no legacy, just some noise to fill that silence.
There's going to be nothing like the female loneliness epidemic that you're going to see with this generation of women when they hit the 40s. It's going to be out of control. When these 20-somethings hit 40-something, there's going to be massive devastation. There's going to be, the pharmaceutical companies are going to be like, yeah, cashing in on the antidepressants and all of that if they go that route.
I'm kind of confused sometimes because I don't know if these women are making these videos to try to get views or clicks. Remember what I've always said on this channel.
Before he goes any further, brothers, it will amaze you how many women on social media, especially on TikTok, are putting out these type of videos for attention. Men fall for what they see. I get it. But even past 40, black officer, maybe I'm still someone's type. Say yes if that someone is you. It will amaze you how many older women, I'm going to show you a little montage of older women on TikTok putting out these videos. If you think I'm beautiful, say something in the comments. Or I was divorced last week. Or this is my 1-year anniversary of our divorce. Could you still love a woman like me? They add a little question at the bottom of it, so the comments will blow up with simps. Oh, you still beautiful, baby. What's your name? Oh, girl, I get with you. Ain't nothing but Russell Wilson's running into their comments. And them videos like this one, these women get thousands of simps in the comments answering this question. Am I still your type? I'm about to show you about 5 or 6 of them now. Every one of, and I'm talking about these women are making money, making bank from you guys watching the video and the video being pushed because of the comment section. That's how simple men in the United States are. Fall for anything and anybody. Let's continue on.
Always the truth from these women, and then there's the lie. The truth is that men were going out there hustling.
I'm warming up to being single after 4 years and realizing that 42 is not too late. And then guys would go in the comments and say, "Oh, girl, you look good for 42, blah, 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 blah. Can I get with you? Oh, you divorced for 4 years. You've been single, girl. You don't need to be single no more." It's a whole genre of women marketing to simps with these type of videos. I've run across tens of them, bruh. I could have did 40 minutes of just these videos by themselves. That's how many are out there.
And doing the things to try.
I'm 40, been divorced for a while now. Some days I feel strong, some nights, notice she put some nights, I just miss having someone to talk to, asking for a friend, and a bunch of simps ran into her comment section like crazy. Will says this, he say, "Damn it." He say, "That's exactly what these women are counting on. Simpology at its best as a description of the plantation bros, black or white. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Zeta says this. He said, okay, cool. Let these simp hounds keep falling for the government's, the government will collect, and these dudes will keep going to the going to family court and have no self-respect. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
To be providers for women. Men even were working on doing things to be better providers for women because that's what was happening within the market. But that's not.
I'm 40 years old, 5 years divorced, no kids. Men don't ask me on a date. They look for your sympathy in their comment, and then they'll ask you a question or give you a statement. International Quiet Storm said, I had to think outside the box of wine.
New. The thing that changed was she said that men looked around and that
I'm very tired of being lonely, strong woman. I want a man's attention so that I can be safe behind a real man. Do I look that bad? You see how they play on the sympathy thing? And then a bunch of dudes go into the comments. Oh, baby, no, you don't. You gorgeous. You sexy. Oh, my God, I can't believe it. I'm like, man, men in America are weak as F, bruh. These women probably are in stable relationships, and they putting this out there. She just so happened to have a tight dress on, and she just so happened to have a cameraman. Right. She just so happened to have a cameraman waiting for her as she walks out the building. But I'm going to say this. If y'all like it, I love it. Who am I to argue, kick against the pricks? Who am I to argue against the progress? If men still want to be primitive and stupid and women look down on us because we use our base desires to dictate how we move, who am I to argue about it? All outside of camera, I will keep my mouth shut because I know that men will still be stupid. Women will always, and I mean always, be able to sucker men that they will never meet. I'll say it again. Women will always, from the time of Playboy magazines, you'll never meet those women. OnlyFans, you'll never meet most of those women. In other Instagram, you'll never meet most of those women. Cam girls, you'll never meet most of those women. Women have realized they don't even have to have sex with you to be dumb enough to help them make money just by looking at them. I'll say this again, just by looking at them. Women are not stupid at all, and I'm not mad at them. Get your money. There are millions of desperate, stupid men out there. Why not take advantage of them? Why not? Why fuss and argue about it when the truth is it doesn't matter? When all these lights and everything go off, y'all still gonna be out there sipping for chicks. Y'all still gonna be on Instagram going into DMs of women that do not live anywhere near you, but you will go into her DMs. I'm not mad at them. Get your money. Get your money, because these dudes are dumb enough to believe it. IMF, shout out to you being in the building. He said, she looks like the type that would say if it's not her, it's not her fault for sticking a knife in her boyfriend's or her husband's chest. When he asked her to make a sound for him. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Women think that femininity is how they look. Feminine women know that's not femininity. I'll say this again. The sad part is a lot of these women think that the look of femininity can fool most of us into thinking that they are feminine. Is Lori Harvey feminine? There is nothing feminine about Lori Harvey. Nothing. But she looks it, right? How she treats men, is that feminine or masculine? How she's over the years talked about and degraded men, is that feminine or masculine? So her behavior and her tones are feminine. Are masculine, even though her looks are feminine. Lisa Ray looks feminine. But if you listen to how she talks about men and talks about being controlled and men have to have this much amount of money and all that, it's all masculine, right? So a lot of these women think all they need to do for us, because we walk on our knuckles, because they think we still walk on our knuckles. Since they think we walk on our knuckles, they think all they have to do is look feminine and not be feminine. And women who are feminine know that it's more than just the looks. But women who aren't feminine think we're stupid enough to still go for only the looks. Here's the kicker. Most of us do. Most of us are still stupid enough that a big butt and a smile causes us to marry a woman, have children by that woman, her divorce you, take your kids, and half your money just because she looked feminine. But when the rubber met the road, there was nothing feminine about her except her look. We are too easy prey, gentlemen. That's the mistake that we men are making. We are too easy prey. All this woman had to do, and she know it, and all the other women I just showed you, all they had to do was look feminine. Whenever I see women like this, okay, let's say this woman is single. She said, I'm tired of being single. Let's take a look at it. I'm tired of being single. Strong, lonely, independent. I didn't need no man. She got the look for you, right? If the internal person was feminine, she'd have been off the market a long time ago. She'd have been married already. These wouldn't be setting y'all up for the views, and y'all be going for it, man. That's the funny part. He said, don't fall for the nonsense that these ladies looking for attention. Absolutely correct. Salt looks like sugar from a distance. My man mentioned that the other day. Salt looks like sugar from a distance. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, here we go. Let's bring out the Chantel. I haven't used that one in a while.
Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie. Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie.
I forgot I had that one off in there. That's absolutely correct. Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie. I see why foreign men laugh and call American men weak. The amount of simping American in America, let me see that, is atrocious. There we go. Is atrocious. I need to move quickly before it rubs off on me. I feel you say that. I feel you. Oh, my brother Choo Choo. Shout out to you being in the building. He said some of these simps do walk on their knuckles. That's true. That is so true. Let's continue on. She's not the only one. Watch this.
At all that stuff that we had done to try to get their attention, basically.
This woman was one of the first ones to pull this out. This woman, her whole platform is her sitting there with glossy eyes with statements over the top. She's made money on TikTok doing this right here. I'm 40 years old, never married, no kids. People treat it like a choice, but it's rejection. Tell me honestly, is something wrong with me? And the comment section goes crazy on each one of the videos that she pulls out. Guys, this is her whole platform. This is not just one video, bruh. She is making money just doing this, having men to simp.
He fell by the wayside because women didn't need that anymore from men. She's absolutely correct on.
This sister does the same, her too. She does this little office thing with tight dresses on. She just so happens to have a camera set up. And she puts these little statements up there. And this sister been making money off you dudes. All she does is make videos in the break room. That's it. That's all she does. She's at work and she makes videos in the break room and you guys go for it.
On that. Women have decided, women were the one who changed the market. The dudes, as she even talked about.
I don't care how old you are, rich or poor. I just need a friend. I live alone, divorced. Tell me I'm beautiful today. And dudes run, bruh. If y'all only knew 2,000, 3,000, 10,000 comments telling these women that they are beautiful, or I want you, or here's my number. All in the ladies' DM sending messages. On TikTok, bruh. Now y'all super simps, bruh. You say simps are like they can't F the crazy out. Yup. Right. Stupid, just stupid.
We're going out and doing what they were supposed to do. Women got into the same market. And then because they got a few dollars in their pocket, they felt that they were better than the men that they want to come after them. This type of exact woman went to college, got her education, thought she was doing better than everybody. And then she looked back and then she wanted to judge you as a man because you didn't want to play the game no more. And then to sit here and say that, well, men are just sitting back now and they're just on these apps, they're just picking and choosing all the women that they want. That's not even remotely true. The men that she's talking about are out there.
Did I just see what I thought I saw? Fellas, how come this woman is holding the handle but not pulling the grip to put gas in the tank? Look at her hand. She's not pulling the grip to even put gas in the gas tank. She just stopped at the gas station with her cameraman or camera girlfriend to make a simp video for you dudes.
And then to sit here and say that, well, men are just sitting back now and they just...
She is not pulling that grip to put any gas in the gas tank. And she's not holding a gas. Boy, this is funny. Yeah. All this for show. because they know a bunch of simps. What is it? Baby, I'll pump your gas for you. You ain't never got to pump gas yourself. I'll pump gas. Boy, men are stupid, bruh. They play us like we all stupid.
On these apps, they're just picking and choosing all the women that they want. That's not even remotely true. The men that she's talking about are out there. But those men, all the women want to sleep with. And then they complain that these men are players. So this older woman here is giving bad advice, which you're going to see as a theme throughout this whole video.
The older I get, the more that I see it. We are in a generation of women that was born from the 70s and the beginning 80s, where a lot of those women are desperate. I hate to say it, but they are desperate. Desperate times call for desperate measure. You got a lot of women that's that 45 to 50-year-old range, where those women are so desperate and lonely that even though they leave the men that they claim that's treating them bad, they will still go right back after with the same pair of knees if they still in good condition, run after them same goddamn men that they was claiming so bad. But then you come to realize them men don't be as bad as the women claim that they were from the very goddamn beginning. Because what sane woman in her right mind is gonna go and chase back after the same man that they claim was a bad man? Only a broken woman or a desperate woman is going to pursue and go back after a man that they claim was bad. But then it also lets us know the same women that bash men and claim that those men are bad and they treated them like this and they did that to them. They the same goddamn women that lets us know that they was the goddamn problem in the relationships, the fallouts and the situations, the divorces, the every goddamn thing. Like, yeah, the men might have did what they was doing, but ain't no way in hell a same-minded woman that's learning lessons in her life is going back to a man that she claimed that treated her bad. Only a desperate-ass woman move like that. A lonely, desperate-ass woman.
I was submissive for 32 years. I learned my lesson.
Oh, you done?
I learned my lesson. I never let one of them talk me into saying I do again. I do not promise to give you.
She said she was submissive for 32 years and she learned her lesson.
The rest of my life, cook your food, trying to clean your clothes, trying to keep your house clean, trying to take care of your kids, trying to manage you and all your silliness. I don't.
How you expect to keep a man if you don't do what he says?
I don't. I keep him as long as I want him.
Mama, how many guys you got?
Right now, none, because I ran them off.
You ran them off?
She ain't got none because she ran them all off.
Oh, baby, they try to rule me, and I ain't in the business to be ruled.
Ain't that the problem right there? Ain't that the problem right there? Some women are out here saying that they have men that are trying to rule them, but if a man sees value in his woman, he's trying to tell her right. I've showed y'all many times on this channel that it was the women that ran the men away. She told you exactly what happened, and that shit has been happening since the 70s. Since you start having people come into our homes and trying to tell us how we was these women right here. She had a 32-year marriage, and that wasn't good enough. She was too good for that.
If women just keep it 1,000, bro, I know they could say, I had one good man in my life.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying? And I fucked it up. I ran him off.
She ain't gonna say it publicly.
Yeah, she ain't gonna say that publicly.
She gonna say it behind closed doors, but go ahead.
You get what I'm saying? But if we keeping it a bean, bro, every woman that ran into one good man. You get what I'm saying? One good dude. And she was like, I ran him off. You know what I'm saying? Talking to him, kind of saying, nigga, you challenging his position and everything, calling him stupid and all that. That man gonna leave and go give another woman the life you were supposed to have.
Facts.
And then you're gonna be fighting in these streets
for
the rest of your life. And that's what we see. We see a lot of bitter women that's fighting in these streets. God damn.
Let the internet trick y'all into believing that it's cool to be outside. Because being outside draining for real. It's only so much turning up you gonna be able to do. Talking to different people is draining. You on the phone with one. Now you tired, you just want to go to sleep. Another one calling your phone.
She ain't never lying. She said, you on the phone for hours with one? Yeah, shout out to Trill and AC. These women be on the phone with one guy that they met online. And then the next thing you know, 5 minutes after they get off the phone, it's another dude from online, give them a call. Hey, babe. So now they got to talk to him for another 30 minutes. I remember one time I was on the phone with this chick for about 20, 30 minutes, right? We about to set up a date, meet up, right? Met her off POF. Let her go off the phone. I get a call back. Hey, baby, da-da-da-da-da. Hey, babe, what's going on? But her tone's a little different. How was your day? So forth and so forth. How was my day? You just got off the phone with me. I already told you how my day is. But I play along. My day was good. You know, I had to work on so and so and so and so. I can't wait to see you again. We ain't never met before. It took me for about 2 minutes. I was like, this chick think I'm the next man that she calling. She was just on the phone with me. She immediately called the next man, and she think that she dialed his number, but she dialed my number back. So I play along for about a good 10 minutes. You know, Andre, I'm sarcastic anyway. I'm play along. And then I told her, I said, baby, I got something I need to tell you, baby. I can't wait to see you again. I can't wait to see you again, baby. Say, you look so good last time I saw you. Did I? Yes, you did. Especially your hair, girl. I'm feeding into it, right? I know how I'm doing. I'm feeding into it. I said, you know what the best part about you? What? I said, I'm serious. I want you to know this about you. I said, I never thought about it. I said, but I've been thinking about it. What is the best thing about me that you like? I like the fact that you messy. And I can hear the pause. Messy? What you mean I'm messy? I say, yeah, you messy. This is Andre. You just got off the phone with me the last 30 minutes. You ain't even sit back and wait 30 seconds to where you made a mistake and dial back the wrong number, think you calling the next Negro. You messy. I say, little sis, this is our last conversation, but I'm gonna tell you this right now. You need to clean your act up. I say, you messy. I say, this is amateur night at the Apollo. You dialed me back immediately. You ain't even noticed that you had the same number that you just finished talking to for 30 minutes. Yeah, you messy. I said, I'm glad that you showed me some love by showing me not to mess with you. And I hung up and never talked to the person again. There are some women out here that are messy, but not Mrs. Spence. Shout out to Andre Wallace Spence in the building. Appreciate you being here, babe. Appreciate you being here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Andre just kind of like snuck up in here. Oh, she just heard the story. Just snuck up in here from out of nowhere. Shout out to Mrs. Spence. I was like, hello, Andrea. I wonder where these shout outs to Andrea come from? And Andrea just snuck up in here on us. Well, thank you, Mrs. Spence. Thank you. I appreciate that compliment. I was wondering if you were watching this evening. Yes, sir. International Quiet Storm gives you a shout out as well. Yes, sir. He said Dre is about to shut the stream down. Andre in the chat. No, Andre's heard a lot of these stories herself. I know she watching in silence like a ninja, watching in silence. But let's get back to the video. This sister regrets losing a nice guy. Now he's winning part 2.
You don't got the energy to get to this person because you just got off the phone. So now they in their feelings. That's draining, man. I can't wait till I just get that one and we locked in on each other. Now we just doing boss. If I'm outside, we outside together. It's over with. I'm not saying go for anything because I did leave my marriage. But if you in a relationship already, let this be your sign.
She said, don't go for anything, but I did leave my marriage. I did fumble the bag on my husband. I can't wait till I find a boss that we can be outside together, but I did leave my husband. These women will leave a good thing, bruh. A great thing. And now she on TikTok talking about she looking for a man to take the place of the man that she left. You can't make this ish up.
If it's not something that's gonna hurt you physically or mentally, find a new way to fall in love with your partner. You're not always gonna be googly in love with somebody. Find new ways to fall back in love, because it ain't shit out here for real.
Because that right there is the grass is always greener mentality. And this is what women in their 20s fall victim to over and over and over, constantly thinking that you can just trade up and find a better guy than you had before. But the thing is, man, those options dwindle throughout time. Not only do they dwindle, they fall off a cliff after you hit around 30.
Yeah, I don't like that either, Will. When women talk like dudes, she's a cute young lady, but that masculine tone makes her unattractive on the inside. Yes, sir. Shout out to Andrea. Yeah, she sounds extremely masculine. We could bring that back. She sounds like somebody's nephew.
If it's not something that's gonna hurt you physically or mentally, find a new way to fall in love with your partner. You're not always gonna be googly in love with somebody. Find new ways to fall back in love, because it ain't shit out here for real.
Because that right there is the grass is always greener mentality. And this is what women in their 20s fall victim to over and over and over, constantly thinking that you can just trade up and find a better guy than you had before. But the thing is, man, those options dwindle throughout time. Not only do they dwindle, they fall off a cliff after you hit around 30. Say hypothetically she had 1,000 options when she was in her early 20s. Now when she's in her 30s, there's maybe 50 guys. She's not able to select from that same high value pool that she was before. And dude, you can just see it in her eyes on this one. You can see all of the experiences. Just look at that, dude.
Oh, and before you decide to fix your ears to listen to and believe the horrible things a man is telling you about the woman that left him, remember, good men are hard to come by. What woman you know is hopping off a good man that screw good, make money, and don't cheat? Quickly.
Hey, nah. I don't believe this to be true. I know plenty of women that have told me they have fumbled great men. And even me, who believes he is a good man, has been left behind by a woman I once loved with all of my heart. And the last time I checked, I made good money. I never cheated. And unless she lied to me, I was told that, you know, I do my thing. But sometimes being a good man is just not good enough for people. Sometimes people truly think that the grass is greener on the other side. Like, I literally remember being with someone I consider my best friend, my dog. I love this person with all my heart. And guess what? After being with her for so long, somebody I wanted to marry, I literally asked her what changed, and she told me she wanted different. I didn't know what that meant, but I guess she wanted to be single. And she did that. And after a while, we had the ability to reconcile and be cool. And guess what? She told me that guys are not trying to date. Guys are not, really being romantic and consistent. But I was. But you know what? Sometimes, even women can lose out on a good man, thinking that they can find a better man.
These women out here fumbling dudes. One of the reasons a lot of guys have had the chance to get their passports and travel to other countries is because a lot of these women are fumbling men, good men. It was just something that wasn't there. I just don't know what it is. How many videos have we seen where the woman was like, I left a good man. He did everything. It was just something that wasn't there. I couldn't put my finger on it. But then when they get back in the streets, they want to complain about the streets. So you complain when God sends you a good man. But then you want to complain that God's got you back in the streets, or you've got yourself, ladies, back in the streets. When women go back to the streets, I always say that men dodged a bullet. Just imagine being stuck with an indecisive woman for the rest of your life. 1 minute she loves you, next minute she's complaining about you to her mama and her friends. 1 minute she supports you, next minute she's telling all your business to her LGBTQ friends that will support her no matter what. It's the craziest thing, dude. It's the craziest thing. They will leave a good man in order to get back to the streets and then complaining about the streets.
Yeah, I get to watch him with his new wife and his new life just flourish without me. He's doing so well. You know, he's doing great in his business. He's doing great in school. He's just amazing. He's a great guy. And I get to watch that from the back room. And it's hard. Sometimes it stings. Sometimes it still stings. But, you know, I'm happy for him.
How come it stings for you? That's that woman's husband. She just said that her ex-husband, who she decided to let go, a good man, he decided to go ahead and meet somebody new, get married. She said his business is flourishing. He's in school right now, happily married. I'm watching from the back room. You shouldn't be watching at all. That's what I was saying the other day about exes. I don't follow my exes, and my exes don't follow my social media because I don't connect myself to them by way of social media. X means next. I do not connect myself and follow whatever X is doing. And now she's talking about it stings sometimes. No, baby, it stings almost every night knowing that you're going to sleep in that cold, lonely bed, and that other woman who has the fat ring on her finger is enjoying the man that you should have been married to. His business is flourishing. You should have been benefiting off that flourishing, the flourishing of his business. He's in school. You should be at the graduation ceremony, but none of those things will ever happen. You'll be rolling over to the cold side of the bed. It's always cold on the other side of the bed, ladies. Go ahead, roll over there. Roll on over there. The other side of the bed, the other pillow is cold, ice cold pillow on the other side of your bed because you decided that you didn't want to have a good man. So be it. Nobody's going to argue your choice, but we all see the pain in your face that you express as you're describing this. He said, I don't connect with my exes following their lives. He said, I don't care. They left me. So why care now? Absolutely correct. That's one thing I do not do. When I let go, I let go. I move on. I'm gone, bruh. I'm not one of them dudes to be calling and texting. Well, how you doing? We ain't talked in a few months. I just checking on you. You know how brother just checking on you. Happy birthday. Tell your mama I said hi. That ain't me. Ain't no female ever had me come back and say, tell your mama I said hi. I saw an ex one time. I can't say I'd never seen an ex before. You know, I got a story for everything. Had an ex crazy chick. I never had crazy chicks in my life. This was a crazy one, right? This was the one I had to get 2 restraining orders put on her. It was an ice storm. Fort Wayne, Indiana, ice storm. Trees falling everywhere. Because you know ice is heavy. Wires falling to the ground everywhere. I go to church that Sunday. Trees are down all over the city. Around the corner was my ex. And I knew that she lived alone with her daughter after her mother died. And so as a Christian, I walked around the corner just to check, just to glance. And it was a huge tree that landed on her roof. It didn't damage the house or anything, or the roof, but it landed to a point where it could have just destroyed everything. But fortunately it didn't. Once again, this was an ice storm. And if you live up north, you know what I'm talking about. So I go knock on the door to check to see if everything is all right. She opens up the door. Now this is the ex. She left me and I had to leave her alone anyway. Well, actually I left her, come to think of it. And open up the door. She's in a bathrobe. Come on in, Andre. You know, I'm suited and booted. I'm feeling like, you remember that scene in the movie Malcolm X where he went to go see his old boss and his boss was on drugs and, you know, he couldn't hold his arm up and Malcolm X was trying to help his old boss. Remember that? His West Indian boss. That's how I felt. I feel like Malcolm X because I had a trench coat on. I'm clean. I'm coming from church. I'm on my spiritual journey. And I'm seeing her in rags. The electricity is off in the house. It's ice cold. She's got to use the gas from the stove. You know how it is. Times are tight. Her mom had died. She had told me that her brother got killed in the liquor store hold up. Her hair's looking crazy. I mean, just it was the same scene for Malcolm X. I mean, literally the same scene. I probably was there maybe like just like Malcolm. I probably was there 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Her daughter was there. Her daughter's probably like 19 at that time period. I told her, I said, well, just came to make sure that you guys were all right. I see the tree on the roof. I got up and I walked out. She started asking me for money. You ain't gonna get no money from me. You the ex. You're the ex. And if it wasn't a tree on top of your roof, I would never stop by here anyway. I mean, her house was literally on the corner from my church. That was the only convenient of it. So you could turn around from leaving church and look down the street. You could see a roof on top of the house. That's the only reason I walked down there. Just being human. You know, you ain't go just look at somebody's house, got a tree on it. And I'm a Christian and just walk and get in your car. No, I just went to check. So she started begging me for money. And as I walked back to the church I walked back to my car and I sat back and I just drove off. I don't act like exes still exist. They don't still exist in my life. A lot of you dudes, y'all still got exes in y'all phone. I mean, my ex cool. That's still an ex. It's good that it's cool that it ended like that. That's still an ex. Why is she still in the phone? If she truly an ex, why is she still in the phone? No men have been able to explain that to me. Why is she still connected to your social media? She's an ex, right? Now, I'm talking about ex-wife and all that. Other than having kids together, why? What you hope you're gonna smash it again? Why? All she's gonna do is remind you of why y'all broke up in the first place. Why? I don't play that. That's one thing I don't play with. I do not play with having exes in my phone or connected to my social media. And I hope my exes don't play that. I'm gonna say this again. I personally hope my exes have deleted me from their phones like I've deleted them from my phone. I hope my exes have blocked me from their social media like I've blocked them from my social media. A lot of guys ain't got the balls to do that. Will says this. He say, Dre, every man in Indiana knows Fort Wayne women are crazy. This is true. Stay away. Stay away from the fort. Yes, sir. Jay Cool says this. Shout out to Jay Clyde in the building. I saw you up there early, Jay. He said, I wouldn't even walked over there even when the tree was on the roof. I know, and 99% of the time, I wouldn't have. But, you know, like I said, I was on my spiritual journey at that moment, just walking out of church. I was having one of those, what would Jesus do moments? Because you couldn't miss it. It was right there. Her house was like maybe three doors down from the church, so you can't miss it. And I was like, okay, what would Jesus do? So let me at least go down and make sure ain't nobody deceased in there. Okay, they okay? And she was looking bad, bro. I mean, bad. Just like Malcolm X, West Indian boss, when he was on the drugs. And I'm like, dang. I said, yeah, I gotta go. I said, I gotta go. Shout out to man Cool in the building. Zayda say, yep, facts. Stop effing with your exes. The point was to move on, not to stay stuck in the past with what they had. A lot of dudes don't want to let go because we are people of nostalgia. We are very, people that think about the past. And usually nostalgia, you think about the good parts, right? When you're being, man, we used to go here, we used to do that, man, that was funny. Man, she was fun in the bedroom. Oh, man, she used to crack the funniest jokes. Man, boy, her mama could cook. We always think about the good parts. The reason why you let your ex go because she was the one that filed a restraining order on you for nothing. The reason why you let your ex go because she was the one that cheated on you when she went to Miami and with one of her co-workers. The reason why you let one of your exes go because she said she's not gonna cook, she's not gonna clean, she ain't gonna support you at all. The reason why you let your ex go because she called you out your name one time too many. See, we don't want to think about that part when we're being nostalgic. You forgot all about the arguments y'all had. The time when she went to your bank account when you told her not to. The time when she snuck a credit card out of your wallet when you didn't know it was missing for 2 days. You forgot all about that, huh? Why do you still have that type of person in your phone? Why do you have that type of person that gossip about you to her friends? She didn't come to you first. She gossiped to her friends about your issue and then eventually came to you about it. You forget about the time period that you told your ex about something that you had gone through in the past, and then she threw it back up in your face. You forgot all about that, but you still got that same woman or those same women in your phone, on your social media. Why? Why? Some of us got women still in our phone that we weren't even good to. You got women in your phone that you know and I know you treated that particular woman like trash. I don't know why you think that she gonna call you. I don't know why you still got that woman in your phone on social media. She is not reaching out to you. That woman is married 7 years. That woman is not thinking about you. Let that woman go. Delete her from the social media. Delete her from your cell phone. And I am willing to admit I wasn't a proper boyfriend or husband at all times in my relationships. So don't try to sell me as if you was always a good dude. You ain't never made no mistakes. You ain't never cheated. You always on point with everything. You ain't never had arguments. You ain't never took out a bad day on her. Don't do that, brother. Some of y'all got women in your phone do not want you in, do not want to be in your phone. Say this again. There are women you have in your phone that if they could get a hold of your phone, they would delete their number out of your phone themselves. You know that woman can't stand you. I don't know why you got Keisha still in your phone. Keisha is not going to talk to you no more, bruh. Them days are over. You were an idiot. You messed it up. I'll even say you both were idiots, and she had enough sense to delete you. Why you still got Keisha in your phone? You know you was a player. I know and got enough sense to know there are women that have deleted Andre Spence out of their phones. And I got enough sense to know I don't blame them. I got enough sense to know that there are women that have blocked Andre Spence from their social media. And I got enough sense to know I don't blame them. Why? Because when it was time for me to delete somebody from my phone and to block somebody, and for me to block somebody from my social media, I had no problem doing it. So I know it's got to be, out of all the women that I've dated, I know it's got to be some women that have deleted me from their phone. I'm not that stupid to act like somebody, everybody I've been with still have me in their phone on speed dial. You think that. That's why you don't delete and you don't block. I bet you after we had that conversation late last night about this particular topic, I bet you a lot of you guys still got them same heifers in y'all phone. I don't blame you, because you don't know how to let go. And people that know how to let go. But people that don't know how to let go, even after we talked about this topic late last night for about an hour, you dudes still got the same chicks in your phone 24 hours later. So everything I'm saying right now, basically, is just entertainment. You are not going to delete them chicks after this live stream. You guys ain't going to delete them chicks from y'all phone. And I know it and you know it. I know it and you know that you are not going to block them chicks from your social media tonight. Or ever. Man, it ain't all that serious. I ain't got to do all that. Sure you don't. Whatever makes you sleep at night. Whatever makes you feel good. But don't think that she hasn't blocked or deleted you already. A lot of women have. Zeta says, I know this is off topic, but fellas, if you don't use Usher and Chris Brown doing the concert for real together, so to get ready for the amount of breakups about to come. That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. Ain't no way in the world your girl was supposed to go on stage with Chris Brown or Usher and making out in front of thousands upon thousands of people, and that's supposed to still be your woman afterwards. Corporal ST says this. He said, no, Dre. He said, I was always a good man to my exes. Because the ladies love Big Sherm. Shout out to you, brother. Yes, sir. I was good to my exes by letting them become exes and letting them remain exes. That was the best thing that I could ever do for any of my exes. Make sure that they remain exes. Some dudes don't care. They will drag a chick in and out of their life back and forth. Me, I cared enough not to mess with you no more. I'm done with you. Goodbye. Arrivederci. You see what I'm saying? I'm out. Vamonos. I am not going to be sitting around no chicks in my phone, just a phone full of chicks that I don't talk to for years and years and years, and they just in my phone just to be, man, no. Yeah, the Raymond Brown show ain't on relationship menu. Seriously. Shout out to Raymond. Talking about Usher and Mr. Brown, Chris Brown himself. Let's continue on, gentlemen.
And you know, I love him as my family, and I want nothing but the best for him. So now I relocated to a different state, me and my daughter, and 2 years ago, and I just started over. I'm dating, and it's different. It's difficult. You know, I got married.
It's trash.
It's trash. Okay, it's trash. I said it's difficult. It's really trash. Yeah. It's definitely trash.
The streets.
It's trash. They say the dating pool has pee in it. I say it's straight sewage.
It's not even a pool.
It's sewage. Seriously.
Oh my God.
I hate it for everybody that has to be out here dating. I don't recommend it. 0 stars. Not even a half.
You have a lot of women with this mentality, but let me tell you something. I don't care how much shit she talking right now. I know how this ends up. I know how this ends up because I see it in my own family. A bunch of older women who don't have a lot of options, and the options that they do, there's a reason she can manipulate the options she have because she don't have the value options for the cash shit that she's talking. And that is the fate of a lot of these women. But then there's another problem that we have. We have literally the old woman men hater club. And these women are doing more harm to dating and relationships than anything else. They literally have no souls, and they're literally profiting off of people's hurt and despair and their anger.
Why are men in their 50s only want young women? Because they're going through their midlife crisis, darling. When a man hits 50, they think they got one foot in the grave. And when they go get a young woman, they're trying to still keep their youth. So instead of going gently into that good night, they go get them a young woman to make them feel young again because they know they got that one foot in the grave.
Literally, her profession is her confession because this woman right here, just like so many other women, as she moving that wig along on her head, trying to tell you that we won't go as men when you get over 50 into that good night. What about them? What about women in their 50s still up here trying to get their boobs done, trying to get them BBLs? I get it, ladies. If you want to do those things to keep yourself looking good, that's fine. But to sit here and then you want to rag on a man for taking care of himself, for wanting to look good too? You don't want him to look good. But then if he don't look good, what do? Y'all get online and y'all talk about the dudes anyway. Y'all, these old men are busted and they think they can talk to me. Bit, you trying to get your shit done too. You don't want to go gently into that tonight too. You had a table full of you old ass witches sitting together looking pissed because nobody wanted to talk to you.
Y'all, I'm about to go on this date and there's a lot I need to think about. I had 3 weeks notice of this date and I still had a hard time getting ready. I don't know how to date.
This man is dating this woman and it's taking 3 weeks for the first date. And she says she still don't know how to date. Will says this with the 10,000 Colombian pesos. He said, I bet her husband married a younger and smaller woman just relaying for a friend. I agree with that, Will. I agree with that. These women are funny.
I don't know how to even dress like I'm going on a date. I forgot. I put myself in a corner. I've pigeonholed myself. Is that what they call it? Because I don't date anymore. I have to start going out on more dates. If you have done that, we got to stop. I'm 48 years old and I'm already I want to go home. I want to put my sweatpants back on. That's not okay. What am I doing? This is a reality check. I gotta do better. I gotta go on more dates.
A lot of single women in their 40s will not admit this, but we do get lonely, and it's perfectly normal because we have a pulse, because we have a heartbeat, because we are human. So we want that companionship and connection with another person. If you haven't had a partner in a long time, it's normal. If you haven't had a meaningful relationship for a long time, it's perfectly normal to feel lonely. By the way, I'm Marty, and I'm your Confidently Single bestie, and I'm going to help you get through your single days unbothered. Yes, I get lonely too, even though I am perfectly happy being single. I allow these lonely moments. I sit with them and I feel them, and then I go right back to being the single badass woman that I am. So feel the loneliness for 5 minutes, for a whole day. Cry if you have to, go vent to someone, whatever it is you need, so that you don't allow it to control your whole life. It's all in how we respond to the loneliness that allows us to keep going, because two things can be true at the same time. You can love yourself and your single life while also wanting a companion.
On the topic of mothers who absolutely hated their daughters, have y'all heard about this true crime case?
This woman slept with both son-in-laws, both her daughter's husbands, before she was deleted. Oh, y'all gonna love this one. Get your popcorn out.
Meet Beverly, who was unalived in her Fort Wayne, Indiana home in 1997, but
What's going on with Fort Wayne, Indiana tonight? What is going on with the fort? Fort Wayne, Indiana is not that big of a city to be having this much stuff going on. Shout out to the fort.
alleged motive for her unaliving is shocking, and it falls right into line with what we talk about where mothers harass their daughters. But first, let me give you a little backstory. Now, according to investigators, her quiet life came to an end August 23rd of 1997 when she became the victim of what police detectives described as a vicious and hateful homicide. Detectives remarked that it is one of the most brutal crimes that they have ever seen, and it's...
I forgot Major Payne was from Fort Wayne, wasn't he? Major Payne was from Fort Wayne, Indiana, in the movie. We do be on that BS, don't we, in the fort? Don't be calling out. Hey, don't be calling us out, man. all of us from the fort ain't bad people. You see, I gotta laugh because y'all telling the truth. Oh, shout out to the fort.
Screams overkill, and it felt very personal. According to Detective Brian Martin, the struggle began in the kitchen where Parker was 25 times in a series of shortcuts with a small jabber. Blood marks found at the scene suggested that Parker was dragged into a hallway where she was, again, with a larger knife and beaten in the head with a blunt object, possibly a frying pan from her own kitchen. Investigators found footprints that suggested that someone had her, leaving her weak but still alive, before they walked into the kitchen to grab the pan. Beverly here was the mother of 2 children, one adult daughter and one teenage son. The teenage son was quickly cleared because he had a bunch of people see him where he was at a roller rink. He's also the one who found his mom. Now here's where it get a little sticky at. Enter her daughter, 28-year-old Chantel Grant Stacy. And it was discovered at the time of her mother's unaliving, the mother was having an affair with her husband. Now, her husband's story changed several times about what happened that night, but he ultimately wound up telling law enforcement that Stacy confessed to him that she got in a fight with her mother and began attacking her. He claimed that he went to the house to check on Parker that night and found that she was injured but still alive in the hallway. When he was unable to help her, he fled because he had 2 active warrants out on him. You could not make this up. When he returned home, he told Stacy that Parker was still alive. She said, "I need to go back and finish the job," Grant told detectives in an early interview, "because she'll talk." When it came time for them to collect an official statement from him, however, he claimed that he couldn't remember anything. Chantel told witnesses that she hated her mother, and once, in a very chilling letter to her own godmother, she detailed how much she wanted to unalive her own mother. Now, remember, I told you that she had a son. This is the son. He is now incarcerated, serving 40-plus years for the attempted unaliving of his own ex-girlfriend. He alleges that not only did his mama sleep with one of her men, she slept with the first husband, too.
That family is full of demons. That family got demons galore. Goodness gracious.
He also described their relationship as very toxic.
And I can't imagine a mother that would hunch her daughter's husband not once but twice. Was a great mom to begin with, but whatever, rest in peace. Now, when the ex-husband, a literal motherfucker, couldn't confirm what he was saying to the police, the case went cold. The police didn't have enough to charge the daughter, and her last known whereabouts are in Vegas living her best life. And she said, if you ask her about her mother, don't.
What's going on in Vegas? She up there with Chill Chapo chilling. She up there with Chill Chapo chilling.
Now, Stacy told the investigators that she once suspected Grant, the motherfucker, of killing her mother, but she also made it clear that she didn't care. When asked, she said, I do not want to talk about Beverly Belt Parker. And at one point during the conversation, she said she's hoped she's burning in hell. Also, that her mother had caused her a great deal of pain. She also insisted that she did not kill her.
Child, I am not here to judge. What y'all think? And if you are a true crime fan, let me know, because I've been thinking about starting a whole nother true crime page just because I enjoy the storytelling aspect of it. So let me know in the comments what you think.
Y'all didn't have that look like y'all did 20, 30 years ago when y'all would be sitting at the table and then he hid, wondering if somebody gonna come talk to y'all. Nobody come and talk to y'all. I worked in a nightclub. I'm telling y'all, nobody was coming up to y'all. And this woman out here is gonna be telling the young women some of the worst advice, stopping them from finding their husband.
I had to unlearn is the strong black woman title. And I've had to take the S off of my chest and replace it with safe, seen, and soft. This whole moving through life, I've never heard strong white woman, strong Asian woman, strong South Asian woman, strong Spanish woman. Never in life.
Just
Strong black woman. And so therefore, a lot of us are moving through life, have to be strong. We're denied medical attention, have to be strong. Right? So all of in our relationships, not being able to be submissive, all the things, right? So there's a lot. We actually mirror one another in that sense. And for some reason, we haven't ended up together. And now it's time, all right, you know what? We have to dismantle this whole thing.
My heart breaks that women like this have finally figured it out. But in all likelihood, it's far too late. She's gotten older. A lot of time has passed. A lot of the things that men are attracted to about women have already started their decline in her, right? Some of them are already gone. Black men are moving on to different races. The younger generations coming up behind us, they're more open to dating outside their race than any other time in history. It turned out to be too much. The bad behavior that mothers pass down to their daughters, it turned out to be too much. And this is the reputation of the black woman that makes a lot of them unfit for anything serious in the eyes of men. It's very unfortunate. So much cultural damage has been done that we won't be able to undo it. We don't have the resources nor the time to undo it. From here, I guess the only thing that is left for us to do is be honest with the generations that are coming behind us and tell them how their lives will most definitely turn out if they do not rebel against this thing called black culture.
The narrative that our elders gave us, telling black women that when we're young to focus on our career and focus on our education and don't focus on our boys, is what's keeping black women single. And this is on the heels of the topic that I've been seeing a lot lately, especially in black women that are like 30 plus. That are talking about, like, I wish I would have did differently in my 20s because I was playing around, I was doing nonsense, I was dealing with people that didn't deserve my time, and now I'm 35 and I don't have anybody to share my success with. I don't have anybody to share these degrees with. I don't have anybody to go home to at night.
As I've talked about and as we talked about on the last live stream, the whole point of finding a man when you're younger is because when you as a woman are younger, your beauty, your youth, your vitality, your spirit, that's what you give to your man in the beginning. And you all grow and learn together. You support that man through his development. And he should, if you were doing what you're supposed to. I'm not talking about flying on trips, spending money, being reckless with your money. I'm saying that if you were working with them to build your future together, then when you were older and your looks are starting to fade, that man would still be there because he loves you. The problem is a lot of these women today have the personality of an old used ass diaper. But this young woman is right. She is hearing all of these older women who prioritize everything but what's the most important thing in life. And that's
so one thing I cannot stand about a lot of chicks is how they just sit up and feel some type of way because like they can't accept when it's not their time no more. Like when I was 21, 22, 23, I was dealing with older dudes and they was spending money on me, taking me out of town, doing everything for me. I'm not about to see a young chick, 21, 22, and be like, oh, these dudes creeps. Oh, they weird. Why they like that young chick? Because it wasn't no problem when it was my turn. And then even some of the females, like, you was hot when we were in high school. You were that girl. Everybody knew you. You was at every party, every event when we were in school. Now we grown and like it's other chicks that dudes be checking for or that people paying attention to. And now you mad. Like, you cannot think it's gonna be your time forever, man. Let other people have a time. Let other people have a turn. You gotta pass the baton. Like, you can't always think it's gonna be your time.
You guys, I've cracked the code. I've cracked the code to why older women do not like a lot of younger women. I feel like a lot of older women want younger women to go through what they went through. I feel like back in the day, there was a lot of strict parenting. You couldn't get your hair, you know, to your butt. You couldn't get the long nails. You couldn't wear makeup till you were probably in your 30s. You couldn't go out. You couldn't do this. You couldn't do that. And you dang sure couldn't talk to no older men and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I started to notice every time I walk in the room, y'all, I'm 5'10". I got my hair to past my butt. I got my long Frenchies on. I have my jewelry. I'm walking my lashes, mega boom boom, mega volumes, longest length, at least a 10 or 12. Like, this is things that they're not familiar with. And I noticed they are always giving a stank look. They are always talking about when a younger woman walks into a room, what she got on, what she look like, who does she think she is, why? And another good point, it's always the mothers. It is always the mothers who tend to not like younger women who are not their child, and sometimes they don't even like their own child.
Yes, there is a dilemma or battle between younger women and their mothers. That jealousy is real, man. That jealousy is real. And then I like what this young lady said. And she wasn't being braggadocious, but she was just giving her point of view. She like, listen, I am 5'10". I'm going to get attention anyway. And I looked at her Instagram. She's done modeling. She travels a lot. She ain't out there, you know, on her Instagram. She's not miss party all the time. She goes out, but she's a stable young lady, right? And she's talking about as if, listen, even us regular everyday women, we got older women that just hate on us for no reason at all. No reason at all. I kid you not. That's one of the reasons why I say I enjoy being a guy. Because guys can be happy for each other the older we get. We can be happy for Bill Belichick with his 27-year-old. We could be happy for Robert De Niro having a brand new child. We could be happy for Al Pacino having 2 new children in his 70s. You don't hear men saying, man, why this man having kids in his 70s? Men don't care. We're glad to see Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone still in the gym, still exercising, still taking care of their health in their 70s. Because men are like, listen, when I get there, I'm trying to, stay in the gym too. I want me a nice young lady too. Men know how to appreciate each other as we age. Women, the older women get, the more they detest the age gap. They detest it. They can't stand it. It's the craziest thing. And as you guys were saying, it's jealousy. He said, ladies, we don't care for the lashes, the fake hair, the raptor nails, absolutely correct, the BBLs, and the K-cup. That's the only thing I said about her that I like. Her height and the fact that she doesn't, from what I've seen in most of her Instagram, she didn't wear too much makeup. But the nails and them lashes, her lashes, she's not too bad with the lashes. And at least she's wearing braids. Usually she wears, on her social media, she wears her hair short. So she has a short hairstyle, almost a pixie cut. But yeah, she's right. Those women out there jealous. Yep. Jealous as can be. Let's continue on.
Why is a random 45-year-old woman named Linda beefing with me for no reason at all? In the least shocking turn of events that's ever happened on the internet, mean older white women in corporate America are not very receptive to hearing how people perceive them. And I want to talk about it because their response on my video and other videos similar to them trending right now perfectly highlights why everyone has an issue with them. And I chose this comment as well because it's a valid interpretation. It's really anyone who's in a position of power above you, you might also experience this from. But I and many other people have been sharing these stories about these like random older women who just like came out of the woodworks, made it their full-time job to just make our lives hell in the corporate workspace for no reason.
Stop listening to older women tell me not to date older men when I realized that they didn't care about me. They were just trying to protect their investment. A lot of older women also cheat on their husbands. They just cheat with younger men and then funnel money to that younger man using their husband's money, buying him shoes, Jordans, PlayStations, paying his apartment fees and everything. The difference is that that younger man will never actually try to start a family with her or tell her to leave her husband. So she still has to be stuck in a miserable relationship with a man that probably doesn't want her. On the flip side, if her husband goes out here and deals with a younger woman, there's a high chance that he might actually fall for her and want to leave his wife. And so therefore, a lot of older women have pushed this agenda that it's bad, you're going to get manipulated, you're going to get used, you're going to have to do all these terrible things when you start to date older men. And this doesn't even go for just men that are married. Women will tell you just to stay away from older men in general because they want to be able to have these men available to them when they go back being single. But if all the older men keep running to younger women, that leaves no man for them. And older men, they tend to hit their peak financially once they're older. They're not going to really hit it super young. At least most men aren't. We do have a major generation of young wealth, but let's just be real. A lot of men don't hit their peak until their 40s or 50s. And when they do, they tend to look for something younger and attractive to them. And the competition for the older women is so seriously hard that they tend to have no choice but to become sugar mamas and cougars, messing with younger men to still be able to get some form of attention that they are not able to get in their age group currently.
In America, don't get no older than about 14.
Hey, stop it.
So just talk to.
We gotta listen to what she said. She said the average black woman in America, because many of our sisters that are raised in other countries, they're raised with certain principles, certain morals, how to take care of a household, how to wash, cook, clean. Like you have to do manual labor. You don't have many countries, besides European countries, women could do whatever they want in Esau's countries. But in a lot of the countries like Africa, the Caribbean, things of that nature, young sisters are raised, especially countryside. I'll say that. Not city girls.
Right.
Countryside. There ain't no nail salons. There ain't none of that. So your main focus is not your outward adorning.
Right.
It's learning how to maintain and sustain that house that your future husband can be proud to come home because you're taking care of what you're supposed to take care of.
Right.
But so it says the average woman in America, the black woman, Babylon has effed our sister up.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell you straight, and we go over this all the time. Sisters are like children. Sisters are like children.
Yeah.
If there's any husband who want to zoom in to say any different,
they need a link first, Cap. They need a link first.
Wait, Cap looked at you over his glasses. That's how you know it's real. They need to
zoom in.
Older men.
Please press the mute button. Y'all gotta check this shit out.
These older women are really out here in competition with the younger generation.
How so?
I'm sorry, but it has to be said. These older women who are in their 40s, 50s, even 60s want to be seen so bad and want attention that they're in competition with these younger girls.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm gonna bring this back. Something just hit me. Something just hit me. This sister here on camera, the one chocolate sister, shout out to her. She's happily married. She's been a Kevin Samuels, black men, get away from these women advocate for years. This sister right here with the mouth and the attitude. Notice the chocolate sister just said this. These older women will do anything to compete with the younger women. I'm going to say that again. She said these younger women, older women will do anything, such as this one right here on the screen, to compete with the younger women. And it just hit me. This chick right here, I've been following on social media for about a year on TikTok, trying to be like the young girls, putting her 2 cents in. But what she did, I mean, she was Slim Goody. Slim Goody. But her niche was she would have a Slim Goody, this one here, a whole platter of food. Not just a little bit of food. She would sit in her car like she is now, gorging on food, doing reaction videos. Her content blows up. I'm thinking to myself, this sister cannot keep this up, keep eating like this, and it's not going to catch up with her. Now look at her. For some of you that don't realize, she big as a house. From sitting in that car, eating platters of food, and trying to keep up with the young girls. That's what just hit me. So when that sister said, these older women are trying to do anything to keep up with the young girl, even on TikTok. Even on TikTok, these women are doing anything to keep up with the young girls, even destroying their health. You notice in this video, she's not eating. You know why? Because she realized she blew the hell up, and then she stopped eating. But when she was slim, bruh, I mean, every video, she had either a plate, a whole tray of macaroni and cheese, or she would have a whole platter of wings. Not just a couple of chicken wings. I'm talking about like 40, 50 chicken wings with the sauce on the side, the ranch dressing. And she would sit there with the platter and give her commentary. So every video was food, commentary, food, commentary. So she's sitting up there chewing and eating while sitting in the car, no movement, no motion, and now she big as a horse right now. Fat as a cow right now. So now she wants to stop eating on her videos. And if I never saw her before, I wouldn't have known this. Because when I pulled this video up last night and I was like, whoa, what the heck happened to her? Shout out to poor man 313 with the replay crew. She blew up. Shout out to Hybrid in the building. He says this. He say Babylon screwed up everything, including family structure, and it ain't getting better. Absolutely correct. We all see that the modern day landscape around us is tanking mad fast. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. So I'm going to bring this back to the beginning, but I just want to give you guys a foundation to where this one sister, the chocolate sister, she's still married, very little makeup, her own hair, and she's happy. But this sister is bitter and blew up.
Zoom in.
Older men.
Please press the mute button. Y'all gotta check this shit out.
These older women are really out here in competition with the younger generation.
How so?
I'm sorry, but it has to be said. These older women who are in their 40s, 50s, even 60s want to be seen so bad and want attention that they're in competition with these younger girls.
I'm sorry that you are intimidated by older women.
These women wasted their years, wasted their youth, and are doing any and everything to be seen, and they're not teaching the young girls.
And someone need to teach you a lesson on the difference between competition and confidence.
So instead of teaching the young girls to do better, you're trying to compete with her. You're in denial that you're getting older. You're doing things with your body, driving for attention, over-sexualizing yourself at that age, all because you don't want to accept the fact that you mess up your life.
And you doing things with your mouth, thriving for attention, all because you are not comfortable with yourself. Ladies, embrace who you are regardless of your age. Confidence will kill the weak every time.
Hey, one thing about a hit dog, that motherfucker gonna holler, baby. Baby, check this out. I'm convinced these older women really be in competition with the younger girls. Why? Like, I don't understand. Y'all be in the workplace giving these younger girls hell. Why do y'all do that?
Okay, so I'm about to clock some of you older women, T. And when I say older women, I mean like in y'all late 40s, 50s, sometimes even 60s. I be seeing what y'all be commenting on people videos, okay? I swear, every time I go and look at somebody comment section, say if it's a young woman, a young lady or whatever, and it's a rude comment, whether the person is fat shaming, saying something rude about their hair, whatever it may be, and I click the profile, it's always an older lady in her 40s, 50s, or 60s. Okay, it's just look like you shouldn't be acting like that, basically. And when they say that older women be hating on younger women, I didn't really want to believe that. Y'all know I love my older women, but I'm really thinking that y'all really do be hating on younger women. Okay, like y'all really don't like to see younger women. And my whole thing is, even if you don't like what they post, y'all too old to not know. If you don't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. Y'all too old to not know that. I'm sorry, you're too old. Looking how you're looking at that age group to not know better than to comment something so disrespectful on somebody's video. So yes, I'm calling y'all out. All the 40s and up, late 40s and up, do better. Please do better. Because we definitely can see who you are on your page, okay? We can see you. Do better.
Why is it that the older women are competing with the younger generation? You guys are competing for the same men. You guys are competing to run and go the same look.
This woman is 40 years old. The woman on your screen is 40 years old. I want to go back to what my brother Hybrid said. Babylon screwed up everything, including the family structure. I want to take a few seconds out to give you guys a little bit of what he's talking about in regards to the United States compared to other empires. We talked about this the other day. What was some of the signs that an empire was about to collapse? Roman Empire, the decline of the birth rates and the traditional family structure contributed to shrinking population and strain on the economy. Persian Empire, the shift in family dynamics caused the population to decline and weakened the labor force and the military recruitment. That was the Persian Empire. These are all empires that ruled the world, it seemed, at one point in time. The Mesopotamian Chaldean Empire, reduced family cohesiveness and lower birth rates disassembled the whole society. The Greek Empire with Alexander the Great, decline in family units and birth rates led to smaller citizenry, reducing political and military strengths for the Greek Empire. The Ming Empire. The Ming Empire declined in family formation, fewer birth rates contribute to a shrinking population, and the shrinking population caused the economy to shrink and the military strength began to shrink. Last one, the Ottoman Empire. Failing birth rates and family instability weakened the empire's demographic base, making it harder to sustain imperial power. Countries that are empires rarely fall apart from attacks from the outside. There won't be an attack from the outside that humbles an empire. Not most of the time. Most of the time, an empire destroys itself by destroying the family dynamic. Just like the United States is doing right now. Just like UK did in other empires. The decline of birth rates automatically is one of the fastest signs of the decline of a society. Will says this, you can't make this up. I had a cousin who had a BBL at 54 years old. 54 years old. And then had the nerve to want to borrow money from me because she didn't have more money after her surgery. Damn. Remember that. Shout out to you, Will. Don't forget the Romans were invaded, absolutely correct, by some slaves they made into soldiers from other conquered armies, absolutely correct. And the men were treated how men are being treated today by law. You say, does this all sound familiar, brothers? Good morning, Dre. Shout out to you, Ben. Mr. Dixon himself. Let's go back to the video. This woman is 40 years old. And you're going to see in this montage, as this person speaks, nothing but older women trying to dress young. Nothing but older women trying to dress young.
Same BBLs. You would be surprised how many 50 and 60-year-olds I have seen go run and get BBLs. You guys are competing to see who gets to the club the fastest. It's like, instead of the older...
You think mama at 41 got her BBL right here.
Women imparting knowledge and wisdom on the younger generation, you guys are competing with them. They just hit their adulthood. They just hit.
Would you want your grandmother or great grandmother to be dressed like that in a mini skirt, mini dress at 66 years old, thinking she doing something? She wore her glasses to drive in, but she thought her glasses would make her look old inside the restaurant. So in order to feel attractive, she took the glasses off. This is somebody's grandmama. Looking like she been down to the thrift store. I guess her modesty is the fact that she at least showcased her glasses.
Their womanhood, and you guys are competing with them instead of giving them the wisdom and the knowledge that they need, because these young girls, they need guidance. And this is what we face with. We face with the grandma.
47 years old in an outfit that's made for a 19-year-old girl. 20-year-old girl. 47 years old and thinking she doing it. She thinking she is doing it. Strauss-Jay. You work it, girl. You work it. That's what these women are thinking.
And this is what we face with. We face with the grandmoms being the new thoughts now. Listen, the grandmas don't even want to watch the grandchildren no more. They want to go down to the club.
60 years old. Look at this white girl.
Like, seriously. This is what we're faced with? Can we have the women of the generation to stand up again and to impart wisdom and knowledge on the youth? Gotta do better.
I just sometimes feel like as I get older, I don't know what's appropriate, what's not. So I'm in my mid-30s, and I'm like, kind of look like I'm in my 20s right now.
You in your mid-30s, meaning that she probably 37, 38 years old. Probably 37, 38 years old, and trying to dress like she's 23. But she expects you men to respect her like she's a 37, 38-year-old woman. See, she can dress like she's 23, but don't you approach her like she's 23. Don't talk to her like she's 23. Don't put your hands on her or spank her behind like you might do a woman that's 23. Don't do that. Treat her like a grown, respectful woman that don't have her breasts hanging out and booty shorts on. I don't know how to dress. Look at me, guys. Look at my body. Just so a bunch of simps can go in the comment section. Oh my God, my chocolate queen, queen, chocolate queen, queen, chocolate queen, chocolate queen. Man, American men, gotta love y'all, man. I love y'all brothers, but we simp too much and too easy. Shout out to my man AM, my brother. I'm collecting data in the building.
Dressed like this. But like, what do you wear?
My question for older women is, do you have a problem with the man your age dating someone younger, or do you have a problem because you want him and someone younger got him?
Shots fired in the sisterhood, young versus old, but this is a young lady who is finally saying what men have been saying all this time. The hatred from older women about age gap relationships is not some sort of big sister looking out for small sister. It really is about competition.
Now listen, little girls, respectfully, Gen X women are not competing with you guys. In fact, we're not competing with anyone other than probably ourselves. The fact that you all even think about us,
you thought about them and you got on the young person's TikTok. I'm gonna say that again. You thought about what the young women were saying. Quite obviously, you're on the young folks' TikTok, and now you mad that the young lady on TikTok has told your old self that y'all haters, and y'all are.
To be mind-boggling.
But at this point, older women, wonderful women, and 46-year-old women trying to look like and act like the 23-year-old. And how do you know? Because when you're young, you don't think there's consequences, right? Yeah. The only way you know there's consequences is someone, like you said.
If y'all don't get y'all grandmama an apron and get your grandmama out that kitchen. Get your grandmama an apron. Stop playing. Get her an apron. What are you thinking? She can stay in the kitchen making cookies. She can stay in the kitchen making cookies, so you can get her an apron. But she is sitting here as if. Hybrid said that. He said, my aunt is on her 4th marriage. Woo. I have a feeling that she's going to screw it up again. Being a little spoiled, ratchet, a child. Y'all can't make these outfits up. Kevin Samuels will have a field day.
The OG pulls you to the side and is like, look, so I feel like the problem is
73 years old. Look at this outfit.
in our culture.
73 years old, and this how your mama, your great grandmama dressing. This how your great grandmama dressing. 73 years old. Would you want your great grandmama dressing like this? This how your great grandmama dressed? I know my grandmother didn't dress nothing like this. No weave, no baseball caps, no plaid shirts showing the inside, a plaid vest on. This y'all great grandmama. Come get it, young guys. All you young guys that like older women, y'all do know older women start looking like this when they get older. I'm gonna tell y'all this again. All you young guys that like older women, nothing wrong with it. You know older women gonna start looking like this once they get older. Once they get older. Women do not age as gracefully as men do. Men know how to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and go ahead and go to the gym. These women, 73 years old. So all you young guys that think being with the MILF is cute, is cool, is the in thing, give me a couple of MILFs. You know that MILF gonna look like this one day, right? Come on, come on, you guys. These are the women that Dr. Umar has been telling y'all to marry. These are the women, Umar right here, 73-year-old. Umar told y'all older men to marry this right here. Don't go to Colombia and get a young woman. You're supposed to marry this right here. Don't go to Thailand and get you a beautiful woman. Don't go to Philippines. Vietnam, no. You're supposed to stay in the States and marry this right here. 73 and no shame and no game. Ben says this. He said, I knew a few females in their late 50s and a few in their late 60s talking about they can throw it back and still can't get pregnant. He said, I was shocked that these nanas want their guts blew out. Crazy. Crazy. So y'all go ahead and stay in the States. Y'all go ahead. All you young dudes that want the MILFs in the States, go ahead. They waiting for you. They waiting for you. You got all the MILFs you want.
Specifically, like, we don't value experience and age. Like, I look to those women for what I want it to be.
I'm a bartender, and I be seeing the girls buying the guys shots, asking for their numbers, asking what you want to drink, what you want your homeboy, you want to drink too? Asking what you doing tonight, what you doing later, like, wow! I fuck with the game. I fuck with the game heavy. But I just think we need to make them work. Like, this is why they're princesses. This is why we say they're not men.
So I came across this. This young lady was asking the question, why are older women trying to compete with younger women? She said that they're competing for the same men. They're competing by having the exact same look.
I'm gonna say something, and I hope my prediction is not true. I'm gonna say something, and I hope my prediction is not true. This brother here, he's a good dude. I think he might be the next one in line that they're gonna ban from Colombia. I think he's the next one in line that they're gonna ban. You heard it here first. And like I say, I hope that it does not happen. I think he puts out some good content, but he also puts out content that promotes those type of parties. And Colombia women this and Colombia women that. I really think that they're going to be coming after him next. If it happens, you heard it here first. If it doesn't, you heard it here first. I wish no ill, no evil on anybody, but he's one of those guys that I see walking that line. And when they arrested Chill Chopper, this is the first person I thought about that's next in line. So you guys be careful with who you kind of hang out with in these countries, because these other countries are not playing anymore. Like I said, let's continue on with the video, but I just want to give you guys a little public service announcement.
They're competing by trying to see who can get to the club first and the fastest. She said 50 and 60-year-old women are getting BBLs, and instead of imparting wisdom and knowledge to the younger, they're trying to do is compete with that generation. I want to answer this question. It's because women in their 40s and some of them in their late 30s and 50s waited too long to get the man that they wanted. They thought that they had all the time in the world, wasted their 20s, wasted their 30s. So now they're going after the same men that the women in their 20s want, because that's the type of man that they want. The men in their 40s are taking women in their 20s all day, every day, twice on Sundays, especially if they have no kids or they only have one. The competition is thick, and I've been saying this for quite some time. The biggest problem is you got women who are not supposed to be in the dating market in it, and it's creating a supply and demand problem. So the top echelon men are just smashing everybody. 20s, 30s, 40s, the hot 50-year-olds, they're smashing everybody. Because you got women who've been married for 20 years, should still be married, but they left because they were bored. Or because, quote unquote, they weren't happy. Happiness resides inside of you. You need to make changes within yourself. It's not your partner's fault. It's on you. That's why we have a competition, because women that should be in committed relationships waited too long, and now they're past the age of having kids, or it's going to be very difficult. And women that want a certain type of man are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. So you got so much competition, and the issue is for men, can she have babies for me? Can she create a family for me? So men will go through and smash everybody. And then at the end of the day, when they're 7, like my cousin, they'll marry a woman who's 28, 29.
Why are young women attracted to older men? It goes deeper than you think. It is not because they're broken, gold diggers, or being manipulative. It is because older men activate something that young haven't developed yet. Young women bring youth, beauty, curiosity, softness. Older men bring experience, confidence, emotional control, and safety. That pairing has worked for thousands of years because of what? Biology and polarity. A young woman is wired to seek a man who can guide her, protect her, and elevate her. Not control her, but teach her. And this is the part that a lot of people ignore. Older men teach. They teach emotional maturity. They teach communication. They teach discipline and long-term thinking. They can show her calm leadership and what masculine reassurance actually feels like. She grows up faster beside an older man than with somebody who is still becoming himself. And what does he get in return? She brings him back to life. Her softness, her energy wakes up parts of him that he forgot. Her femininity sharpens his masculinity. This isn't a transaction. It is pure polarity and human nature.
Are some older women trying to warn younger girls about messing with older men because they genuinely trying to help them? Yes. But you're a liar to sit up and act like there's not some older women who are bitter and mad. And they're upset at the fact that the men around their age are attracted to girls younger, and those younger girls are taking those older men from being options for them. That's a real thing. And so when men have this conversation, they be like, y'all older women just be bitter and mad. It's valid, because yeah, there are some that are. Now, just because you're not, don't mean that it's not a real thing. Like, I'm not jealous of younger girls who get older men. I love that for them if that's what they want to do, just not too young. When it start getting weird where he could be your daddy, yeah, it get a little questionable. Still, really, at the end of the day, it's still not my business, right? But nevertheless, you can tell usually who these women are who really be bitter and mad, because they're in competition with these younger girls. These are older women who still go around trying to act, talk, and do the things that younger girls do, because they're in direct competition with them trying to get those men, right? That's the easiest way to tell the ones
who are in competition with younger girls and the ones that's going to be bitter and mad because they are in competition with these girls. Therefore, the information that they give these younger girls is not coming from a pure place. It's coming from a place of them being mad because they taking their men.
Absolutely correct. Shout out to Dana. It is not often that we can agree with some of what Dana has to say, but in this instance, have to agree with her. And Dana is an older woman. She's past that 35-year mark. She realizes that 9 times out of 10, she is going to pass alone. She doesn't have any children. But the way that she behaves, maybe I don't know her in real life. Maybe she's different from her social media persona. But her social media persona does not give her leeway to be able to find love. So she spends her days criticizing dudes on whatever it may be. She might be one of those sisters that maybe to find a smash partner, but I'd be surprised if anybody other than a simp marries Dana. Zeta says this. He saw also a post that showed the previous era versus this era of grandmothers. That'd be a good video to do. It shows our grandmothers as grandmothers. This era grandmothers looks like young chicks. Absolutely correct. Looks like young chicks. So at the end of the day, I kid you not, guys, do not fall for this or allow women to sell you this narrative that is something wrong with you being with a younger woman, and it's something wrong for a younger woman being interested in you. Now, if you're a guy, you like your MILFs, you like older women, so be it. And I'm gonna be honest. Let's be honest. There are some guys that like women that are around their own age, maybe about 2 or 3 years younger, 5 years younger, 7 years younger. I'm with that. Do your thing, bruh. Most men will marry a woman around their age, even though we all know most men would prefer to be with a younger woman. Oh yeah. Let most men get some money. Do we cheat with a woman that's around the same age, or do we become sugar daddies? Oh, we become sugar daddies, huh? When we come to these countries, do we date women that are around our age, or do we normally date younger women? That's at least a 10-year window. Normally we kind of date younger women. So if most men were in the position, they would probably date younger. The only reason most men don't date younger in the United States, even though they desire younger, is because in the United States, dating a younger woman is still considered somewhat taboo, when that's not the norm in many other countries. So guys, date who you want to date. Be with who you want to be with. Do not let these women in the scenarios dictate who you're going to be with. Because a lot of these women are in competition for you. They are in competition for you. My brother Will says this. He said, most of these grandmothers today don't even want to be called. Yeah, like, call me a glam ma. I'm a glam ma. So you don't want to be called grandmother? Nope, I'm a glam ma. Do you know that was one of the things that ended my marriage? My stepdaughter had gotten married a high school sweetheart, great guy, great couple. A few years into the marriage, they had a son. They had a son. I realized that I would never be a grandfather as long as I stayed in that marriage. I never become a father because I don't got any kids running around, and I never become a grandfather. And that's one of the reasons why I asked for a divorce. Once the grandchild was born, it's enough to be a fake father as a stepdad. And now I got to fake being a grandfather as a stepdad. It was enough for me. True story. That's the first time I ever told that story. One of the reasons why I filed for a divorce is because it was one thing to be a fake stepdad, a fake dad, a pseudo father, if you will. But I never thought about it. And a lot of you guys that become stepdads, you don't think about that you got to be a stepdad. Now you got to be a step grandfather. And if you're a dude that ain't got no kids at all, so you wait a minute, I got to not only have raised kids, now I got to raise grandkids. Oh, hell no, I'm out. All you dudes that mess with women that got kids do not realize those women are going to get older. Those kids are going to have kids. Now you see, we only think about the first generation, the kids. Now you got to raise the grandkids. That ain't yours. So now you got to be a step granddad. You ain't even got a chance to be a dad. That woman ain't give you no kids. Even if you got kids outside of the marriage, before you met her, in other words, she's got kids, you got kids. Now you got to pretend to not only be a dad, you got to pretend to be a granddad. Your kids ain't even got kids yet. You marry a woman that got kids, and you got kids, and your kids ain't even got kids yet. But now you got to pretend to be somebody else's granddad. Yeah, I had to walk away. I ain't gonna lie. I am so excited that we got this camera color finally corrected. Now, if I can get the Wi-Fi to start acting up, I got some things I'm going to be doing over the next couple of weeks that I'm going to be ordering. But I kid you not, man. And a lot of dudes don't think about that. They don't think that it goes that deep. I was like, man, soon as the shorty, good family, don't get me wrong. They're still together years later. I think they've been married 10 or 12 years. They had a daughter after that. So now they got a son and a daughter. We talk about my former stepdaughter, married her high school sweetheart. They've been together, started businesses. They just doing their thing, right? I'm here to tell you, one of the things that caused me to say, oh, hell no, I'm out. And I'm going to say this, and I mean this. At that moment, I thought of my exit plan like a woman does. Women don't divorce you the day that they say, I want a divorce. They may have divorced you 6 months before and they're starting their exit plan. A year before, but they're starting their exit plan. 2 years before, but they're starting their exit plan. Once the exit plan is in place, then they say, baby, let's sit down. I want a divorce. I found myself doing that. When the first child was born, as time was going by, I found myself subconsciously preparing my exit plan. It wasn't because of the child, so don't think I was putting on the child. It was the fact that, wait a minute, I haven't even been a father in this family. And now I got to pretend to be a grandfather? Oh, hell no. Now I see why 61% of blended families 67% of blended families end up in a divorce. And of those divorces, 61% of the divorces are filed by men. And that's the only time where men file more divorces than women, because men are stepdads. Kid you not. Kid you not, man. He said women in the West try to make you look dirty, and some try to perv because you date younger. Yep, younger. She's almost your daughter's age. I've heard trying to make it seem unnatural and some kind of pedophile. Outrageous. Yep, that's outrageous. Ben said this. He said, I've been there exactly, Ray. My ex wanted me to play step granddad. And many of us men don't think about that. You know what? We need to do a video on that. On step granddads. We need to do a video on that. Because a lot of times we're so busy focusing on the dad part. And you get so caught up in the dad part. Time goes by. And now they said, that's not enough. We need you now to be a step granddad. You like, huh? Yeah, I need you to be a step granddad. Wait a minute. I didn't get a chance to be a dad though. Yeah, I know, but we need you to be a step granddad now. Forget about the dad part. That's over with. Forget about it. Wait a minute. What do you mean forget about being a dad? I want to be a dad. Well, you can't be a dad. You need to be a step granddad. Wait a minute. How can I be a granddad if I don't have any kids yet? Well, you're gonna have to be that because you married into a step situation. The kids have grown up. You helped them grow up. They got married, and now they got kids. You have the responsibility of a grandfather, a step grandfather. All the allowances and all the little gifts that the grandfathers gives, and all the stuff that granddaddies give, you're supposed to give. Bruh, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I had no mental, emotional, social connection to those children when they were born. You know how when you're a granddad, you know your grandkids are everything. And you hold them when they're born, and you tell them, when you gonna bring the grandkids over? That feeling, I didn't feel that once. I didn't have that feeling once that my DNA was walking in the next generation of life. Not one. I didn't feel that once. I didn't have any hatred for the kids. They're kids. They're children. I didn't feel any type of dude. Them kids could have literally walked past me. I'm gonna tell you that to this day. This how much, and I was still with her for another couple years. That's why the kids are 2. Like one was just born, and the other one was 2 years old. I've never touched those kids. Granddad, hold your grandson hand. I've never held those children's hands. I've never hugged those children. I've never given a lollipop, a donut, piece of candy, ice cream to those children. Everybody around me was just overwhelmed with grandmotherhood and aunties and all that. And on the biological father's side, they were so happy. On the mother's side, on my wife's side, they were so happy. Me, I was just stuck in the middle, like watching the football game. Kids could have walked past the television. I wouldn't even noticed it. It was not bitterness. It wasn't angry. It was nothing. And that was the sad part. That's what made me so adamant about, okay, it's time for a divorce. Anytime you feel nothing about kids, that you're supposed to be a grandfather, I was like, I'm about to do this. I ain't about to do this at all. I'm only 45 years old. I'm only 45. You think I'm gonna sit up here at 45 with no kids, and I'm supposed to just all of a sudden suddenly be a grandfather? I couldn't even fake it, bro. I'm gonna tell y'all something for real, in all sincerity. I don't know why I'm confessing this right now. I was able to fake being a father through stepfatherhood. I was always there with the kids. We wrestled, we had fun when they were little kids, and as they grew up, I was there helping with homework, school recitals, parent-teacher conference. I was able to do the stepdad thing. I really was. But then when this next level and I was able to get past the fact that I ain't had no shorties with my DNA walking the planet. I was okay. I'm cool. But when you throw two kids, at this time period, I was maybe 42 when the first child was born, 43, 44 when the second. I'm like, I can't do this. I can't fake it this go around. I can't give the next generation of fakeness. I could fake the one generation and show love. I can't do it again with another generation. I could not do it again with another generation of kids. And bro, I probably spoke to those kids maybe twice. I've never said anything to those children. I was like, I'm not gonna be in a house paying bills, traveling, and pretending to be a grandfather when I am not a grandfather. I put all my pretend energy into being a stepdad. I had nothing else to give. Some of you dudes that are stepdads, you might get to that point like me, and I'm a rational dude. I'm not an emotional dude, so don't think it was an emotional thing. I was jealous of the kids or angry with the mama, and nothing like that at all. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I was very happy for my I was proud that my stepdaughter married her high school sweetheart. A lot of guys can't say that. I was very proud of her and her decisions and all the things that they do together to this day. So don't ever think that I'm sitting back like, man, she should never marry that. No. And a couple years later, they had their first child, like normal, right? I felt nothing for those children. I felt literally I didn't feel like, boy, when little man get older, I'm gonna take him fishing. I'm gonna show him how to play football. I'm gonna take him to his first football game. I'm gonna take him. I literally felt numb toward those children. I just felt like they just so happen to be children walking around the house when they come over. That's all I felt like. Oh, it's some kids walking around. Okay, cool. I never gave them a piece of candy. You know how granddad be like, hey, come here. Here, take this piece of candy. I never felt that. And I know how grandfathers are close with their grandsons, because me and my granddad was like thick as thieves. That's how I got turned on to NASCAR and different things. And he always would go, because they had like this little jar of Hershey's in the bedroom, the little small Hershey's. And we would sit up there and watch NASCAR. And he would say, boy, go get that jar of Hershey chocolates. I would come back with the jar. He would you see how I remember that with my granddad? Because that's how we were close. I never even imagined having those type of moments as a step granddad. Ever. I didn't go to the hospital when they were born. You know how granddads and grandmamas want to be. I didn't go through that. It just reminded me even more. No matter how much work I put in as a stepdad, and I'm talking to you guys that are dating women with kids, no matter how much work I put in as a stepdad, I was always at the end an outsider. It didn't hurt me. I'm telling you this, like I said, I'm not an emotionalist, I'm a rationalist. Some guys are emotional, so they'll get hurt. Some guys, like me, are rationalists, and things don't move us. We just learn the lesson from it. Let me give a shout out to the PayPal brothers as well. Shout out to, once again, my brother Will over on PayPal with the $10 love. And shout out to you guys over on Cash App. My man Tyler showing a $15 love for the stream. Appreciate you, brother. And I mean it. Some of you guys don't think that far down the line. I didn't. I'm gonna say this again. I didn't think that far down the line. I didn't think about grandkids and how I would feel about grandkids. I was too busy faking being a father as a stepdad. I had the energy and the direction for that because there's a bunch of stepdads throughout our communities, right? So I knew what that was. Nobody ever told me that those kids, when they grow up, what common sense did, that when they grow up, they're going to have kids. And you are expected to fake it just as well as you faked it as a stepdad. I'm not fake. My love for my kids are real. Yeah, I know. I got you. I know. I know your love for your kids are real. I believe that. Shout out to T-Mac with the $10 love on the Cash App as well. I know your love for your kids are real. I'm not denying that part. But I bet you may not be ready for the next level. Because how the kids treat you might be one way as a stepdad. I bet you ain't even thought about when it's time to be a step granddad. And the only time people want to be around you if they want something. If they need something, then you're around. But if don't nobody need anything, you off in the corner watching the football game. You looking at the kids, but you can't see anything about those kids that look like your mama, a cousin, your grandmama, your granddaddy. Don't nothing about them kids look like you. They look like their mama and their daddy and their real daddy. I'm gonna say this again. They look like the grandkids look like their mother, their father, and their biological father. No DNA. And so I was out. I was done. I'm out. I'm out. I'm not about to be here faking for one more generation. How much longer do I need to fake? And you don't realize that when you marry somebody or get into a solidified relationship as a stepfather. He said, I've never called my kids because they literally didn't come from me just living in reality. Right. Right. You try to pretend it, but Zeta says this also. He said, when you have literally no emotional or feelings towards stepchildren, yeah, it's time to bounce. It leads to bitterness or resentment, not necessarily from you, Dre. And they could see it. I'm going to say this again. They can see the numbness in my behavior. There was no bitterness. It was just void. Andre was void when it came to the kids. Nobody even, this is the funny part. Nobody in my ex-wife never pressed the issue of me building a relationship with the grandkids. Because everybody could see the void of how empty I was when it came to a connection with the grandkids. So as long as the grandkids were happy being connected to the biological father's side and to her side, everybody was at peace. But nobody in the house cared if the kids were connected to the guy, the husband, me in the house. Nobody cared. And I'm gonna tell you something. I didn't care. That made it even worse. I did not care that I was not connected to those kids. And that's what made me feel like I gotta go. I got tired of being the dude that was cheating because I wasn't happy. I got tired of being the guy that we're going back and forth with issues. I wasn't happy. I got tired of being a stepdad and being stepped on as a stepdad. Even with good children, I wasn't happy. And then when grandkids came and everybody's looking at me as if I'm supposed to be a pseudo granddad, oh, hell no. To some kids I don't even want to touch. I have no emotional connectment. No, bro. No. All you dudes that are stepdads, you gonna see. All you dudes that are stepdads, you are going to see exactly what I'm describing. And when that moment comes, don't forget what I said. I hope you do have some type of connection to the kids. But do remember, your connection will always come last. The connection with the grandkids will come first with the biological father's family. Second, with the biological mother, your wife or girlfriend, biological mother's family. Man, them grandkids will be connected to your pets before they're connected to you. You got some pets in that house? Those kids will be connected to the pets before your grandkids, your step grandkids will be connected to you. Everybody will focus on their connections. Nobody will take the time out and ask, do you feel connected? Move to make sure you feel connected. You're supposed to be around another 40 years and nobody cares that you're connected for 40 years. You won't even feel like a grandfather. You won't even feel like a grand uncle. I'm just putting that out there, guys, for men to realize when y'all start dating these women that got kids, it is not what you think it is. It's fun for now. She's sexy. Her kid is young. But if you are serious about a relationship, go ahead. Keep on messing with women that got kids you want to. And you think that you're going to always be 40 and she's going to always be 25. And as those kids age and they have grandkids, now it's almost being with a woman that has children and having grandchildren. It's as if everything that you did was wiped away. Now you got to do it again. You know how some guys say it's hard to win a Super Bowl. It's hard to go to a Super Bowl in a lifetime as a player. And they say the hardest thing about going to a Super Bowl is only one thing harder than going to a Super Bowl. Going back to another Super Bowl. Getting your team to the point where it gets back to another Super Bowl to win. They say that's even harder. Being a stepdad is already hard. And then taking that same energy and pretend again for the next generation, that's even harder. That's even harder. Shout out to Theo in the building. Theo says this. He said, no single mothers, no exceptions. Go get your own. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. But once the favor has become complete, back on their islands for yourself. That's serious, man. Ben says this. He say that's just it. You have to pretend all the time you can't do it. Doesn't matter how much money you got, like our boy Russell Wilson. There are moments where you feel like you're on the outside. You try to fight that feeling, but you're on the outside. You try to do your best to be cool with the kids, but you're on the outside. Doesn't matter how old they get, you still have that. There's a hole that being a stepdad can never fill. I don't care how many kids that you have on your own. If you live in that house as a stepdad in one capacity or another, there's a hole no matter what you do to fill that hole, whether it be time with your own kids, bringing her kids together and your kids together. It does not matter what you do. That hole will never, ever be filled. And most guys that mess with women with kids will never tell you about that hole. They will tell you, my stepdaughter loves me. We close as can be. No matter how much work they put in and make it seem like it's working good. Any of you that ever messed with a woman that had kids before, especially if you've been together with that child for like 10 or 15 years, tell me that hole ever got filled. Go ahead, put in the comments. Don't lie. You ever mess with a woman that had kids? That hole of closeness, it never fills. It's like one hole and you just feeling it. You just feel, okay, if I help the kids with this, if I do this with the kids, maybe if I introduce her to my kids, maybe if I do this, and you try to fill that in it, and you wonder where that hole of emptiness is even coming from. You and the kids get along great. You and your girl get along great. You get along with the biological dad, parents. You get along with this, you get along with that. But it's that one hole that you don't know where it's from. It's like a dark hole. It's like it takes in everything. Dark matter hole. It takes in everything, but it doesn't secrete anything. And you're feeding it, and you're feeding it, and you're feeding it. And you still, at the end of the day, never feel like a father. You always are reminded in one capacity or another capacity, you are a pretender. You are a pseudo father. You are a stepdad. And when it's time, you know what the stepdad part is? You need to step out of the way whenever the dad is around. You need to step out of the way whenever those kids' biological dad is around. Well, whether they talking to their dad over the phone or whether he's there in person. It is not your place to sit back and say, well, I'm the dad now. No, you ain't. Well, I provide the, and kids don't care nothing about that. Do you think kids care about light bills? Why? Kids ain't never paid a light bill. What about grocery bills? You think kids care about grocery bills? Why? Because kids don't pay grocery bills. So all the stuff that you care about that you did or are doing as an adult, kids don't care nothing about that. They care about my daddy is on the other side of that door, ringing the doorbell. Open it. My daddy called my cell phone. Do not interrupt our conversation. And you can't blame children for wanting their biological dad. You know he been in and out of jail. You think kids care about that? You think kids care that their dad been in and out of jail? They don't care nothing about that. They care if their daddy is knocking on that door. Your job is to open it. That's what the step part is. It is your job to step the hell out of the way whenever the biological father is present. And you need to be prepared to do that every day. You know how the military prepares you? Being a stepdad prepares you to step the hell out the way every day. I don't care if that man's been in jail for 20 years. That day that man walks out of jail and knocks on that door to see his 25-year-old child, it is not your job to tell that man all that you've done the 20 years that he was in jail. You know why? Because those kids don't give a dang about what you about to tell their daddy about what you did. They want to see their daddy. So step your tail out the way. That's what the step part is. If you ever wonder what it is, if you ever wonder, and ask any stepdad, ask anybody that's ever been a stepdad, when them kids' fathers come over or when the kids' fathers call, what is your job? To shut the hell up in your own house that you pay bills. You ain't grabbing that phone from them kids. Not while they on the phone with their daddy. Your job is to step the hell out the way, step into the other room, turn the football game on. They dad is at the door. You open up the door and step your ass out their way so they can go hug their father. So they can cry and be so happy because they see their dad. That's your job. Your job is to know that in any moment, like a super spy, you have been trained like the military to step the hell out the way in an instance. That's your job. Don't you ever think that the father part is the most important part. I'm gonna say this again. For all you dudes that like that's married as a stepfather, this is the funny part. I'm telling the true stories of what stepfathers go through. And a lot of you stepfathers are listening to me and you want to pretend like everything I'm saying is a lie. I'm gonna tell you, when these cameras and these lights go off, every single stepfather on the planet goes through this. I don't care if you and that stepdaughter are buddy. If her dad walked into her house, your job is to instantaneously step the hell out of the way. That's your job. Don't you ever forget the step part. Okay. When Future comes to check out his son, does not Russell Wilson know to move the hell out the way and let Future enjoy time with his son? He knows that, right? Even though Russell has taken his son here and done there and did this and does that, Russell knows, I know about the father part. I do the father part for Future's son very well. But Russell also knows he has a second job. What's the second job? The step part. What's the step part? When Future comes to see or pick up his son, it is Russell's job to shut the hell up and step out the way. I don't care what you've done for this boy. I don't care how you raised this boy. I don't care if you got Sierra pregnant twice and gave her 2 more kids. When it comes to that boy, that's Future's son. It's your job to step the hell out the way. So I'm giving you guys this particular game of the last 20 minutes to let you guys know you're playing a dangerous game when you are messing with women that already have children. Especially if they have children by multiple men. I ain't never seen a woman that, as a man that's been in those shoes, there is nothing a woman that has children could ever do for me. Ever. There's not a woman that's fine enough, smart enough, feminine enough, friendly enough, fit enough. Not a one. Not a one. I'll never put myself in that situation again. I'll never put myself in that situation. I don't care what country I'm in. I don't care how beautiful she is. I don't care how much fun she is. If the moment that father steps in, you need to step the hell out of the way. I don't want to go through that. And then when that child grows up and has grandchildren, you got to pretend again. You just pretended for 14 years, for 19 years. Now that dude is 23 years old. And he just had a daughter by his girlfriend. And now you got to pretend that is your granddaughter when technically it is not your granddaughter. You cannot take that child and introduce it to your mama, can you? Can you? You can't introduce that child to your mother. What about introducing that child to your dad? You can't do that. So you can't just say, I'm gonna take the grandchild, take the grandbaby, and I'm gonna go over to my parents' house, introduce my parents as a stepdad to these babies, to this baby. Oh, you can't do that? You know why? Because you fake. I was fake. And all you stepdads are fake. Every single one of you. And you got love for the kids. I had love for the kids. And so I'm able to tell you fake. And that hole will never be filled. Ever. Ever. And you guys can tell me, you don't know what you're talking about, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. All you stepdads, man. Every one of you. Every one of you. You're fake. Every one of you. I faked it. The love wasn't fake. The father part I had to fake. I was not their biological DNA, chromosome, generational father. I wasn't. Did I do all the things that a father would do? Yes. And a lot of us do. Not just Andre. A lot of us do. But we forget about our other job, don't we? We're so busy doing the dad part, the father part, we forget that there is a part called step. And it is your job to do both parts. And when the father walks in, it is your job to step the hell out of the way. And I know some of you guys will come up with all your little lame excuses in the comments. But Andre this, but Andre that. But when these cameras go off, I know how every one of you dudes that mess with women that got kids feel. I'm going to tell you that right now. The dudes that don't mess with women that got kids, they don't understand a word that I just said over the last 30 minutes. They can't relate to this. They like, Andre, I don't get what you're talking about. But you stepdads, you know what the hell I'm talking about. All you step boyfriends, you know what I'm talking about. And you know not one thing that I said was a lie. That's why it's still 60 people here. We already done with the topic. That's why it's still 60 people here, because you dudes who mess with women that got kids, and in many cases, multiple baby fathers, y'all ain't gone because you know I'm telling a truth that the other men who don't do this can't relate to. And so I share my story in a beautiful scenario. Like I said, I had a fit, feminine, friendly wife. A boy and a girl, they were not problematic. They went to college. They, like I said, stepdaughter married her high school sweetheart. Stepson working his career for the last 10 years. No issues, nobody, no alcoholics, no domestic violence, nobody went to jail, none of that. So I have no complaints as a stepdad. But I do have a complaint that I allow myself to be a stepdad. And once again, a lot of us focus so much on the dad part, whether you're the step boyfriend or the step husband, whatever that is, you forget about the step part. And this is why 66%, almost 67% of blended family marriages end in divorce because of the step part. And this is why of those divorces, 61% of the time is the men file for divorce 61% of the time when you are a stepdad. So if you think regular marriages don't work, just imagine how fast you're gonna leave her as a stepdad or a step boyfriend. Ronan says this, speaking all facts, for 10 years as a stepdad. Blue Collar says this, he say facts. Ronan, I read that part with Ronan. Shout out to Leo being in the building. He said, I will never do it again, ever. I was in a great situation, and of course I'm married, but even if I was single, I would never do it again. I would never do it again if I was a single dude. All you do that mess with or I hate to say it, but a lot of step parenting situation is recreational. I mean, messing with women that got kids is recreational. Wear a condom because you don't want to be the second baby daddy. So protect yourself. But a lot of times, I hate to say it, a lot of times when you're messing with a woman that got kids, it's recreational, bruh. You do not want to take it as serious as you think you can. You ain't built for it. I'm gonna tell you, a lot of you guys that think you can mess with a woman that got kids, you ain't built for it. You're gonna leave bitter. You are going to leave that scenario bitter. Do not think that this is a game. Oh man, I love her. She loved me. I love her kids. A shorty's good. Okay, go ahead. F around if you want to. And then when the kids grow up and they had kids, you ready for to be a step grandfather? You ready to be a step grandfather? Any of you dudes that are married to a woman, are you ready? Answer that in the comment section. Are you ready to be a step grandfather? You know how hard it is to pretend with the first generation. Now you got to start all over again and pretend again. You ready for that? Yeah, I thought so. Shout out to Big Cannon in the building. He says straight facts, Andre. He said, I know about the dark reality of being a stepdad. Never again. Ben said this. He said, great segment. Bravo. I completely relate to you on spot. He said it's the Brady Bunch syndrome. And as I was talking, I was thinking about the Brady Bunch of Mike Brady and the whole scenario that prepared people to be step parents. That is so true. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. After the Brady Bunch era, and 8 is enough. Remember 8 is enough? After the Brady Bunch, and then 8 is enough of the blended family, all of a sudden, American men became more comfortable with being stepdads. That's so true. Theo, shout out to Theo. Theo said they being savage tonight. No, I'm being honest, man. I don't know where this moment in time came from. Maybe because I'm happy because I got the camera working correctly. So now I don't look like a zombie at night. So now you guys can see me. But I don't want guys to go through what I went through when there is a better blessing that's waiting out there for you with a woman that doesn't have children or has children that are older. Even if you got a woman that got children that are older, are you still ready to be a step granddad? Because the kids are older, they're going to have kids. Are you ready to be a step granddad to kids that ain't got nothing to do with you? And I mean, when I say I had nothing to do with those kids, those 2 young people walking around the house, it wasn't just me. The grandkids could sense that's not my granddaddy. There's something about his DNA. Whenever we come to the house, he's always here. Whenever he's always in the kitchen, he's always, he walks. He's a grown, these are little kids, 2 and 1 years old. They're like, okay, we know that we see him here. We see him walking around. We see him so he lives here. But there's nothing about him that makes me want to run to his arms like he's my granddad. And they never did. You know why? Because they were right. I'll say this again. Those kids never ran into my arms like granddaddy. Grandkids and grandparents are like this. They never ran into my arms. You know why? Not because of anything that I did, but because I wasn't their granddad. They were correct. Their real grandfather, the biological father, they ran into his arms. They're supposed to. They ran and hung out with his family. They're supposed to. I can't take somebody else's grandkids over to my mama's house and say, Mom, look at the grandkids I got you through another man. Surrogate grandkids. Am I supposed to have surrogate grandkids to show my mother? No. That meant if I stayed in that marriage, I could never bring those grandkids to meet my mother before she passed. Never. Oh, I could run around talking about my granddad. I got 2 grandkids. And my mother and my sister and my brother could never meet them. My Uncle Jeffrey could never meet them. Ever. But I'm claiming I got grandkids because I decided to be a stepdad. I'm supposed to pretend again. Man, you dudes crazy for messing with these women that got kids. And I'm talking about older kids, because them older kids gonna have kids. And if you ever felt like you do not belong, wait till them older kids have kids. I'm gonna say this again. If you ever want to feel like you do not belong, wait and see how those young kids, them newborns, treat you, and watch how everybody else treats you once some grandkids are born. It is all about thank you, no thank you. Thank you for raising us. Thank you for being there as a stepdad. Thank you for feeding and clothing us. But we're adults now. We have our own children. We'll take it from here. So now you basically on the outskirts. We'll take it from here. When you first met her baby daddy was in jail, wasn't he? What, he did them 10 years, didn't he? 10 years? He did 10 years? Oh, 12 years. He did 12 years? Okay, he's out of jail 12 years later. The kids were 10 when you met them. Now they're 22. One of them has a kid. Guess who's gonna be celebrating that kid when he get out? That grandkid. You was there for the kid the whole time that he was in jail. You were there for that 10-year-old boy. That 10-year-old boy is 22 and he just had a baby by his girlfriend or his wife. Guess who's gonna celebrate that moment when he get out of jail? The biological father. Why? Because his biological family has been celebrating. Has your family been celebrating? Any of you stepdads? Any of you stepdads? Stepdads? Have you ever been celebrated as a grandfather? Have you ever felt comfortable as a grandfather? If you say yes, I know you lying out your tail. You lying. You lying. I already know you lying. Well, that was your experience, Dre. No, bruh, I've talked to so many men that have gone through this. It is very common for men to feel isolated as a stepfather. And even more as a step-grandfather. Even though you might feel you close to the kids and they say, I love you, and y'all eat pizza together and watch cartoons, that hole never gets filled, and it never will. It never will, ever, ever, ever. Zeta says, exactly like you are on an island by yourself as a stepdad, and you can only leave the island when you need to, but then when you're needed for something or needed in some way. That's true. That is so true. He said, just that you have to pretend all the time. No, can't do it. Can't do it. I wish I saw a video the other day. And it was two male lions just sitting there chilling. Two cubs, lion cubs, came strolling over to these lions, these male lions. One cub, they knew it was theirs. They played with him, everything. He was cool. Second cub, they snapped his neck immediately. The first cub was theirs. The second cub, they knew wasn't theirs, but he always stayed a distance. Stayed with his mama. He came strolling one day by himself. And that father of the one cub, who he knew that was his child, he grabbed that second cub, snapped his neck, and took him to the woods, or took him to the meadow. It's amazing how animals know I ain't built for being a stepdad. This stepdad thing ain't even supposed to be a thing. There are very few animals that volunteer to be step parents. Only humans, for the most part, maybe a few primates, but of the hundreds of thousands of animals on this here planet, nobody volunteers to be a step parent like stepdads and stepmothers. We're the only ones that do that. We're the only ones that do that. He said, I just sent you something funny on WhatsApp about Usher and Chris. Okay, cool. I'm gonna use that one. Shout out to Will with the Colombian pesos, 10,000. Zeta says this. He said, this reminds me of the dude that played stepdad to a stepdaughter and didn't get invited to the graduation, but the real dad got an invitation and was like, nah, that's twisted. I was like, nah, that's twisted. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I wasn't invited to the birth of the children. I'm the stepdad. You just be a step grandfather, keep your mouth shut, watch your football games, and that's it. I was not invited to the birth. So be it. So it wasn't like the births were out of the state. So be it. A lot of you guys, man, y'all playing a dangerous game, bro. Dangerous game. So y'all doing it, man. The game is to psychologically manipulate you and destroy you to where you can't recoup once everybody leaves the drawing board. It's like everybody uses you, right? And then everybody all of a sudden turns and walks away quietly. And you just left there by yourself. It's like everybody that played the game that you were playing as a stepdad or a step boyfriend, all of a sudden just stood up one day and they dispersed and walked away, left you there by yourself. And I'm going to say something. They're supposed to. All you stepdads and step boyfriends that felt abandoned, you're supposed to. Because that's what they're supposed to do. Anybody that's a stepdad right now, if your woman left you right now and everybody left, her family left you alone, the biological family left you alone, on the father's side, the father left you alone, the kids leave you alone, the dog, everybody leaves you alone, but your family, they're supposed to. I don't know why you guys are not built for what step parenting is all about. You are supposed to be on call like a nurse or like a doctor 24 hours a day to step out the way. That's your job, 24 hours a day. If any moment in time it happens, you need to not only be father, but it is your job to be step. And as step, it is your job within a moment's notice to step the hell out the way. And if you can't do that, do not play this game of step parenting. See, I was able to do that. Most guys ain't wired like me. You see, I ain't tripped. Got my passport, started traveling, ended up in Colombia, got me a wonderful wife, didn't I? Met you guys, right? Did I let it happen? Did I become an raving alcoholic? Did I put on 900 pounds? Did I do this? Did I just go womanizing around the world and I ain't never getting married? I can't stand it. I ain't never getting married. Did I do any of that? None of that. Y'all don't see it. If I haven't told you guys that I was a stepdad at one point in time, you wouldn't have even known, would you? Why? Because you don't see any type of that behavior or bitterness or anger in my demeanor. Most guys aren't wired like me. And I'm not saying that I'm special. There are a lot of guys out there that are like me, but most guys aren't wired to be able to provide for everybody else, to be a human resource. And when everybody stands up one day and just methodically walks away quietly, and you're left standing there by yourself, a lot of guys can't take it. And so I tell you guys, for real, if you think that you can't take that moment when everybody starts to step away from the stepdad, don't do that. Don't mess. Use women, like I kid you not, use women recreationally as far as dating. But yeah, don't do it, because most men aren't built for that. Now I know you guys think you are. I love her. She loves me. I like her kids. She like my kids. I'm telling you, bro. If you ever want to feel that emptiness or the weight of stepfather, this is the funny part. Some of you guys think the weight of step parenting is in this generation. That weight will hit you hard once those stepkids have kids, you will realize how much you are not a part of their family. He says this, shout out to Montrez. Montrez says this. He said, Dre, as soon as you said your ex that you want a divorce, you went out searching for an apartment. I know the script. Yep. Went out and got me a place. Like I said, the day that I asked for the divorce, I got a phone call from, for the guys that haven't heard the story, I got a phone call from my sister, Candy. And it was, you thought I divorced my own sister. She had called, my ex-wife had left the room. We were in the kitchen. We finally doing the divorce. You would thought the first person she called, her mama, no. Her daddy, no. Her sisters, no. Who she called? My sister. My phone ring. I said, hey, Candy, get out. What? Get out of that woman's house. I'm like, what are you talking about, Candy? You asked that woman, you about to divorce that woman after all she been to you, because my sister liked her. Like I said, I had a very fit, beautiful, feminine, soft-spoken wife. So everybody thought that she had rainbows and butterflies around her. Get out. My sister was right? Get out of there. You're a monster. Get out. Packed me up a little duffel bag. I'll be back to get my other stuff. And I was gone. And I lived the life that I live today. And like I said, we were cordial. We made sure that both of our credit was not impacted by the divorce. We were actually super cool. She was dating somebody. I was dating somebody. By the time, to go through the ups and downs and finally do the divorce proceeding, we was cool. I mean, cool. But man, please, I was already traveling the world at that time period. By the time the court date came, man, I'm traveling. I had to fly in for the court date. Yeah. Shout out to Don, aka the Don JP. Appreciate you being here, brother. He said it's like being high in the draft to ending up a third string backup. Shout out to Shedeur Sanders, quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. Montrez says that. He said, Dre, as soon as you said, oh yeah, I read that part. Corporal said this. Shout out to Corporal. Said, oh, he's talking to Zeta. Let me step out of their conversation. Absolutely correct. Bobby Coltrane says this, that I read this. He said, it kind of remind me of a Reddit story where a guy refused to pay for his stepdaughter's. Well, oh, okay, I read that one. Yep, the one walk her down the aisle. I remember that one too. I remember that one. I remember that one going viral on TikTok. Zeta says, he say, I'm in the animal kingdom. The female is more inclined to play stepmother than the male. And even sometimes it's a maybe. Absolutely correct when it comes to the mothers. Absolutely correct. He said, not my legacy. For real. That's why I'm like, that ain't my legacy. Like, generations will come after me and nobody remember the last name of Spence because I didn't have any kids under the last name of Spence. No grandkids. I just died off. Just died off. My literal DNA will not flow through the universe ever as a stepdad. Are y'all ready for that? Man. He said, this is the ether of stepdads. I know, right? I know, man. I'm trying to be honest with brothers, man. I don't know why I brought that topic up, but Ronan said real truth, a lot of real gems in truth. Yeah, he said, I pray y'all listening, man. I really do hope guys are listening. My brother Bobby says, no lies detected. He said the TV show Step by Step. Yep, Step by Step. That's true. That show explains it as well. That's good Good call. You reached into the back of the crates for that one. Good call. Yep, step by step. I think I got everybody's comment thus far. Hope I did. Paper Route says, facts, Dre. He said, my grandfathers and great-grandfathers in my life, and it was wonderful feeling knowing that I'm a part of their legacy. I was so close to my great-grandfather. And so I think that was one of the things, that feeling, like you're right, that part of that, this man is. Before I was, this man is. Before my dad was, this man is. And now I am. And my children will be. And when you're a stepdad, you don't have that. And I don't care how many toys and gifts and how much hugs and kisses and how many times they tell you, Dad, if it wasn't for you, Dad, if it wasn't for this. I don't care how many times your stepchildren call you Dad. I'm telling you, bruh. I'm telling you, you will never be able to fill that little void that you never tell anybody else about. Only stepdads know about that little hole, that little void. Your stepkids can call you Dad all day long. Yes, son. Yes, son. You're my son. I don't care what nobody say. You are my son. You can try to convince yourself till the cows come home. The reason why you do that, the reason why, okay. You know how in the LGBTQ community, dykes overdo it when it comes to manhood. They try so hard to act like men, they overdo it. You like, come on now. No. Men, all men ain't got tattoos going all down their face. You ain't have to do all that to be like a man, dykes. All men don't walk around with baseball caps in church, okay? You ain't got to do all that to be a man, dykes. You ever notice how women that act like the masculine part in the LGBTQ, they do it too, they go overboard. They act like they grabbing their nuts. The average man is not walking around grabbing his nuts, ma'am. That was Michael Jackson and a couple YNs, okay? Same thing on the lady side. You ever notice that guys that are LGBTQ that want to walk into the feminine world, they overdo it. They're flamboyant with it. The average woman doesn't act like the average LGBTQ male that's trying to be a woman. They take it overboard. Same thing stepdads do. Stepdads go overboard with it to try to prove to the world that this is my child, because you are a human resource. So you think because you give up your human resource, that makes you a father. That does not make you a father. That does not make you a father. And I'm gonna tell you something, this is the funny part. Stepmothers will never tell you that. Why should they ruin the gravy train? Why should stepmothers ruin the gravy train? Life is gravy. I've got this dude that's come in. I got this Russell Wilson that have come in to save the day. And when it's time for him to step out of the way for the biological father ain't got to do no homework. The biological father doesn't have to worry about the bumps in the night. They don't have to worry about the kids being scared of a dream that they had. They don't have to worry about the kids jumping in the bed with them when you're ready to have some sex with your wife. You ain't got to worry about none of that as the biological father. Biological father gets a chance to sit back and he on the other side of the city screwing 5 chicks that same night. You can't get no coochie because them kids that ran into that bed. And you better not tell them kids to get out that bed. The biological father is on the other side of the city spanking 5 women. You better not dare ever spank one of his kids. I don't care how much you say y'all love each other, you and them kids. And I don't care how much somebody that's watching this live stream is saying, well, if it wasn't for my stepdad, I believe you. If I didn't have a stepdad, I believe you. My stepdad treated me like a son. He had to do that. Now ask him, did he feel like a father? Will we treat him like one? Ask him, did he feel like a father? And anybody that's been a stepdad and say that you feel like a biological father feels, that's like saying you're an LGBTQ woman and you know literally how a man feels, or you're an LGBTQ man and you literally know how a woman feels. I don't care if you've done the transformation. You do not know what women go through when they're cramping. I don't care if you transform. I don't care if you're the most beautiful transgender woman there is. You do not know what the emotional mood swings are of a real woman. You do not understand the cramping of a real woman. You don't know what the pains of childbirth is of a real woman. So it is with our stepdads. You can sit back and say, I raised 8 of her kids, 2 of my own. Don't you dare try to tell me I know exactly how it feels to be a biological father to those children. You are not their biological father. You are a surrogate. Just like a surrogate mother has to pretend to be a mother, it is your job to pretend to be a father. And I got some partners that got kids that are step, and I know that they do not know what it's like to have a DNA relationship with their stepkids. They know what it's like to have a financial relationship and a surrogate relationship. But you do not know, you cannot tell me what it's like to be a biological father to that particular young person. Ever. 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 I don't care if y'all have other kids. Yeah, you know what it's like to be biologically connected to the other kid y'all had. Why? Because that's your kid. Don't try to fool me into thinking that you know what it's like to be a biological father to this particular little girl because I provide for her. No, the hell you don't. If her daddy sat you down and explained everything, the history of his family, to understand the biology of his family, your ass still wouldn't understand what it's like to be a biological father to that little girl and that little boy. And your ass ain't gonna never know what it's like to be a biological grandfather. You can forget that. You can forget that one. You think it's tough being a biological father. Try to pretending to be a biological father. Just try to become a surrogate stepdad, and let's see how that one work out for you. Let's see how that magic work out for you. That's serious. But Dre, the community needs more fathers. The community needs to close her legs. That's what the community needs to do. Close her legs. Y'all were talking about opening up books, but she also, while she's opening up books and getting knowledge, she's also spreading her legs and having babies by the small 10% of men, 20% of men that's out there. Why do you think the community, the black community is asking for us dudes who did not birth the children to be the stepdad? Because statistics show only 20% of black men are having the babies in our community outside of wedlock. The other 80% of black men are either having babies in wedlock or don't have children at all. I'm going to say this again. Either most black men are having babies in wedlock or not having children at all. The 20% of Pookie's, Ray Ray's, Man, Keith them are getting most of the women in our community pregnant. These women are sharing baby daddies. They're not sharing us. And so they expect us who don't have any kids to step to the plate and replace the 20% of irresponsible men that 80% of the women in our community are having babies by. You're responsible enough not to have any kids yet. But then they see, since you're so responsible, come on over here, Mr. Responsible, help me with these kids. Yeah, y'all have fun with that, man. Y'all have, shout out to my man, Official Kobe in the building. Y'all have fun with that one. He says, yep, these plantation simps, these simps, plantation Russell Wilsons have these baby mamas do us a favor. Absolutely correct. Do us a favor. Montreal says this. You crazy, Kobe. Shout out to Kobe once again. Montreal says there are women right now on social media saying that they hate being a parent. Right. But then they want you to step in. They don't even like being a parent to their own DNA, but they want you to step in to be a parent to their DNA. Most of them are single mothers. Dr. Umar disapproves of this message. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. All right, gentlemen, let me do an outro. Let's get ready to get up out of here. We're almost doing another 6-hour one. Let me let you guys get up out of here. Have a great evening. I'll see you guys mañana. Let's do an outro video.
You got me overthinking. Yeah, where we could be. Needed some clarity. I'm in too deep now. Gives up a picture. Fantasies, just you and me. Like it's meant to be. Can't you see, baby? You got me overthinking. You come closer to my body. A delicate touch of instinct. Moving slow, but my heart's racing. Yeah. Your fingers sliding down my chest. What do you want from me? Lately it's been nothing but a mystery. Curiosity has got me wondering if this'll be alright. I want you in my life for more than a night. You got me overthinking. Yeah, where we could be. Needed some clarity. I'm in too deep now. Gives up a picture. Fantasies, just you and me. Like it's meant to be. Can't you see, baby? You got me overthinking. Yeah, you got me overthinking. You got me overthinking. You got me overthinking. You got me overthinking. Yeah, you got me overthinking. You got me overthinking. Okay. Yeah. Logically, it don't make sense to me. I don't see what you see. From making me wait to call you my lady. Making me contemplate, trying to calculate what your side state. Tell me why hesitate. Why you keeping me at bay? Don't wanna be in the gray. Baby, I really love your curves, but I need my answer straight. Do you want from me? Lately it's been nothing but a mystery. Curiosity has got me wondering if this'll be alright. I want you in my life more than just a night. You got me over.